Hello ladies and gentlemen, finally it is the day, December 19, the day of the start of two world title matches. The men's one between Yuri Anikeev holding the world champion title and the pretender Jan Groenendijk representing Netherlands. Yuri is of course from Ukraine. And on the other board we have the duel between the top world females, which is of course the current world champion Victoria Motrichko and the pretender Daria Tkachenko representing Ukraine, Netherlands. Pardon for that. In the past, of course, Daria was representing the Ukraine. So here we are, and I hope that next almost 2 weeks, because the match is planned for 12 days and the possible tiebreaks, we're going to have a lot of emotions, a lot of exciting games, and finally we can see what was the preparation of the players, what openings will be played, what type of strategy the players will have for the rounds. So I'm excited, and I hope that you, dear viewers, are excited as well. We are the official broadcast of this event, of those two world title matches, and I'm really honored of that organizers invited me to be the official English language stream. Thank you very much for that, and I'm really satisfied with the quality of this stream, with the graphics prepared, so I hope that this will be absolutely professional and nice looking for you, the viewers, and entertaining, of course, event to promote drafts all over the world. At this moment we have the live board, which is here to my right, looking from your side. So here we will see the actual moves, but the same will be played on the another one, which is analytical board. But here on the analytical one, I just tried to make the colors similar one to each other. We are going to have just similar colors, and we'll have the analyze, of course. As today is the first day of this event, I decided not to invite any guest because I just want to check if everything will work fine. You know, I'm not on the spot, I'm transmitting that from Warsaw with some links, so there are possibilities of some issues, technical issues, and I hope you will understand it. But at this moment, after everything runs fine, tomorrow my guest will be Marta Bańkowska, Grandmaster International, top female player in the world, of course. And also, not today, but other days after the rounds, we will have the possibility of having and joining the interview with the players from the match. And that will be an opportunity for you, the viewers, for example, to ask some interesting questions to the players, and then I will have the possibility to follow it to them directly. So that's a great chance, I think. What is more, ladies and gentlemen, during the round I will analyze it on the program Turbo Dumbbase 12. I don't know if it is already on the market. I have it thanks to the class board, for which I'm absolutely grateful, and I will have the possibility of comparing the openings, the positions to the base, and we will see how many games were played, what is the new idea of the players in this game. So I'm really excited about that as well. Let me know on the chat who is watching, from where you are watching this stream, and thank you very much for joining. I have the possibility, of course, of displaying your comments on the screen. Marek Hollander, of course, there is a person that must be present during this stream. Marek, welcome. And I was thinking, Marek, about inviting you to co-commenting with me. So if you would like to join me during some round, feel invited, because it would be really interesting for you. It's such a passionate of checkers or drafts, because of course we are playing international drafts, so you must use the official name of it. But don't forget that most popular word for checkers in the world, all around the world, is, like I said, checkers. So I will use the same word as well. Diana Latish, hello. Yuri, Igor Bobkov, not Yuri. You will write from this profile. Okay, I will not use Polish language during this broadcast, because I just want to cover everything in English. So if you can also write your comments, because I know you speak English, you can join the chat in English, then it would be great for everyone. Everyone will be able then to understand everything what is going on. Okay, 11 a.m. 02, the 2 minutes after the planned start of the round, we are ready. We are waiting for the first moves of the games. So I will just switch between the games of Jan Groenendijk and Daria Tkachenko. We will cover 2 games at once, of course. Maybe it's more entertaining and more interesting than following just only one game during the world title matches, but I encourage you to write many things on the chat. Join me in this conversation. It will be, of course, easier tomorrow and on, because I hope most of the days will cover it with the guests, like I said, tomorrow with Marta Bańkowska, Grandmaster, international top female player. Who do you think will win the match? Who do you think will be the winner in the end? Jan or Yuri? And among the female players, Victoria or Daria? Write me please your predictions on the chat. I'm really curious about what do you think about that, ladies and gentlemen. So we have a small delay, we have the look on the cameras all the time, and if you will want to have the slightly better picture from the cameras, it will be possible, of course. Maybe I'll just move it to the left a bit, but I don't know if this is actually the size. Okay, now we can see Victoria and Jan, so Daria and Yuri are missing from the table. So this is the picture that we already have seen many times. Jan waiting for his opponent, concentrating before the round, preparing, maybe reminding himself the openings, but I know that definitely he knows everything perfectly, he knows what he will play. And the question is if Yuri Anikeev knows what to predict from his opponent. I'm really curious about that as well. So the first round will uncover many things, and I was commenting the match between Natalia Sadowska and Tamara Tansikushina, and that time I realized in 2021 that many times players just prepare some set of openings and many games are similar to each other. The question is if it will be the same way this time. I don't know what to expect. Lebartus, hey, what's up? We are waiting for the first moves of this match, of those matches actually, for the world titles among men and women. And soon we should get those first moves. Few minutes of the delay during this first round, but it is understandable, I think, because today also there was an opening ceremony of this match. Yesterday there was a press conference, there was some video material, and it was published on Dutch TV, as I understood. Daria Tkachenko was giving the interview in English. This is something that I saw and probably you saw as well. I don't know what about other players, but we will have the chance to cover that topic, to talk to them on our broadcast in the end, after the end of the rounds, of course. Not today, as far as I know, because organizers will have some preparations to be made yet to make this possibility. But after today, I hope that from tomorrow on we'll be able, after the round, to talk to the players. Let me know if you like the interface, let me know, maybe I should change the color of the board if you want it, but I thought that having it similar to the live board to my right from your side will be just a good idea. But if you have any other preferences, let me know. Also, if you would like to have some music in the background, of course, with royalty-free copyrights, then it would be possible. Just let me know. It is time for Jan and Victoria to be champion, but it is different. It will be deserved as well. If it is different, it will be deserved as well. Of course, perhaps we have our predictions, like Marek said. I think most of the people, watchers, are thinking that Jan and Victoria will be the winners. And there was a survey on the International Draughts group, and nearly 100 votes told that in 63% the biggest chances of winning duo were Jan and Victoria. And of course, many different things can happen, because players can just surprise us with the preparation, with the quality of the games, with the quality of calculation maybe, because on that level to win the game you need some special skills. You can't just follow the simple combinations, of course. You must trick somehow your opponent. Perhaps your preparation in the openings must be 2, 3, 5 moves ahead of your opponent, sometimes even 1 move ahead in this opening preparation, translation will be better to surprise your opponent somehow. Hello Kuba Gazda. Hello Kuba Gazda. If you are joining the stream, don't forget always to leave the thumb up under the video, subscribe to the channel checkersTV. We are live on Twitch TV, Checkers, and checkersTV on YouTube. I wanted to try at least to make it also on Facebook, but I don't know how to use it yet. Maybe I can start the Facebook broadcast after the stream is on. Maybe I will try during this broadcast, but I just don't want to ruin everything, because you know Twitch is easy, because on Twitch when you start to stream everything is on the same channel all the time, and if you are trying to start streaming on YouTube, then each transmission needs another link, so it's not convenient for you. But always keep in mind that this match will be broadcasted here from the very beginning till the very end of each round. So it means that even if we will have, I hope we won't of course, but even if we will have some connection problems, then the transmission will be paused, but then it will be back to live, and you can always find it here on YouTube channel checkersTV or Twitch channel TV Checkers. Ladies and gentlemen, Yuri is still waiting, not sitting next to a table, wandering around the hall. Maybe he will sit down in a few minutes, a few moments, few seconds, and I think that maybe if the games were not started 11:00, then maybe 10 minutes after it, maybe in 1 minute, we'll see the first moves of the game. Really, really curious about that I am. Oh, Marek, thank you very much for this message. It would be really nice. It would be really nice if you joined me. So yeah, feel invited, absolutely. For many people, it's a holiday time to spend with your families, but also for us, this is the possibility of celebration, the drafts world, the drafts scene, and ending the year with the possibility of following top players in the world and fighting for the top titles in the world, because there is nothing above it. There is nothing above the world world champion title. It's great for us that we can spend this moment where we have a bit more time usually on watching drafts, celebrating drafts moments, ladies and gentlemen. Of course, for some of us, including me, it means that you must spend more time on analyzing, on preparing those streams, but also it's something that I really like, and I hope that you will enjoy it too. Lebartus, what's rating of contenders? Okay, let me check it just 1 to 1, not to miss anything. I will from time to time run my supportive laptop. So at this moment, I know that's an interesting question, because recently the world title chess match has ended, and then Dink was not in the top 10, or maybe not even top 20, so that's a reasonable question, of course. And we are going to official info on fmgd.org website, which is the website of World Drafts Federation, and looking at the top players. Yeah, Jan Groenendijk at this moment is the leader, is the top 1 player in the world rating list. Jan Groenendijk's ELO rating is 2440. As well, Victoria Motrichko among women is 2278, and this is the place number 1 among women in the world. So we have among the men player number 1 facing player number at this moment. Where are you? At this moment, player number 15. So Yuri Anikeev, the current world champion, has the rating of 2356, and this is something to notice for the chess players, chess viewers, for example. Of course, according to the smaller number of players among checkers or drafts, we have lower ratings. So the level of the top player in the world, Jan Groenendijk, is 2440, so I believe that we should add 400 to this ELO to have some similar level to show what is the level of the player to have the comparison to chess players. So at this moment, player number 1 plays against player number 15 among men, which is of course Jan number 1 and Yuri number 15, and among women we have the duel between top 1 and top 2 players in the world. Viktoria Motrichko 22-78, top 1 player from Ukraine, and Daria Tkachenko. Actually, they switched the places after the last rating list, because Daria Tkachenko lost 25 points and Viktoria Motrichko gained 6 points, and that was the reason why ladies switched, because now Daria has 2,256 points on and is on the 2nd place in the world rating list. So that was the comment from the Twitch. Feel free to ask, feel free to comment, ladies and gentlemen. So it looks like the games haven't been started yet. I don't know what is the reason. I haven't received any information from the organizers directly, just waiting for the match to start. Probably if the players are sitting down right now, I think that we'll start it in 1 minute at 11:15, probably. As you can see, up ahead of me there is a bar with the sponsors of this competition. As I am running the official stream, of course I am honored and satisfied to show you the logotypes of those sponsors, so you can follow them, their pages, and gather some information about those companies that are supportive for drafts, for which we are absolutely grateful. Heads down to the table, and we are waiting final seconds before the first moves of the World Championship matches between Jan Groenendijk from Netherlands, Yuri Anikeev from Ukraine, and among women, Daria Tkachenko representing Netherlands, and Viktoria Motrichko, current world champion from Ukraine. Soon we are going to know what will be the opening, what will be the start of the game. I can't wait to see it. I think there is. Ljubljana Turi coming to the games, shaking the hands of the players, and starting the clock, ladies and gentlemen. So here we have the first move of Daria Tkachenko versus Viktoria Motrichko move, and Daria Tkachenko starts it with 30-30. So this move is considered quite passive one, and maybe it is something to shock her opponent. Meanwhile, Jan is starting classic game, raffle opening, the most common opening in the world. So taking into account all the games played in all the types of the competitions, probably up to even 90% of the games are started that way, because that way, of course, you develop the checkers from the side of the left wing, which is considered to develop it more difficult. And almost immediately we have the answer from Yuri Anikeev, which is 17-22, and he gains 2 tempos in the opening. And to be honest, I started to learn myself this opening just after I saw the games of Yuri Anikeev from the World Championship 2013 or 13 maybe. He was playing then the game against Oskar Budis, Polish player, and from that game I felt, wow, this is quite interesting. And I played this game in this opening against Yuri Anikeev in Bakoli 2014, so the year after, and I know what Yuri played against me. I will be able to show you that, but the question is if it works. And what will be the answer of Jan Groenendijk? Okay, so basic lines, of course. You can see the suggested move by Scan computer on the screen. You can start the game with 30 for 29, maybe a bit passive as 37-32. I like to attack this piece because then you have 2 options. Of course, this is always defended. This is really nice and easy opening to learn with black pieces, because after that always you have this in the third move, 7-12. And there are two options, of course, to get, for example, here to the center, then you have this 37-41 move, and many times we have games like this. So the black checkers are attacking and the white checkers are trying to surround, maybe use this isolated piece by covering 28. Some interesting plans there. Of course, another possibility is to take it only with one this exchange, and we have two possible moves, 37 or 36-41, with the plan of covering and taking under the control the square number 27. Then if black pieces are going from the left side of the board, looking from their side, then there is a possibility of having the classical closed position, which could be good for white, because white would have at least 2 temps less in this position after this opening. But Jan starts with 39-29. Okay, and in this opening already we can see that we have some interesting trap, for example, that 2 times, I believe, was not made by Alexander Balyakin in the history. Just mentioning it, the first thing that I am thinking about is this position, and after this move there is a possibility of letting the black pieces make a mistake, and this mistake would be to go 16-21, not directly in that position, after different moves without this 41. This was the move played once by Balyakin against Virne in 2012 in Lille, but I think I found one more game by Alexander Balyakin that he didn't use this possibility of forcing one piece from the opponent, because now after covering this gap there is a combination using the free tempo. The key is not to have this checker 38, and after the capture you give another piece and you make something like novice coup. So this is an interesting thing in this opening. So at this moment we are following the moves that I mentioned, but of course this is not the trap that we are going to see in the World Championship match. Meanwhile, Daria Tkachenko. So, okay, I was thinking that Daria Tkachenko will play a passive opening by starting with 34-30, but after the attack of 20-25 we have immediately going to the outpost, so kind of attacking position, and also immediately Victoria Motrichko goes 18-22. This move is quite common and very interesting. Just about mentioning this opening, don't forget that after this move, 18-23, probably it is necessary to play this move, and you can't play something like that, like this exchange that at first glance could look like a good one, because immediately probably you are losing this piece. Looking at the possible attackers for this outpost 24, you can see that 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 attackers of dark pieces and only 5 defenders of white pieces can come to 35, so this piece 24 would be lost. And this is the idea of making this move 18-22. Of course, because otherwise if you have this piece on 18, if your opponent attacks 14-19, then there is a possibility of using this 2-for-2 exchange, which is usually good for white, because then this one edge piece stands on the board. So to avoid it, you go 18-22, and many times we can see the continuation like this, playing here, because we don't want to make this move, otherwise we'll not have the possibility of making the 2-for-2 exchange. So this move is usually many times played, and it was played already by Daria Tkachenko. Why? Because after another attack and another going 10-14, of course dark checkers have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 attackers to go 14-19, and you have only 4 defenders to go to 35, and that forces white pieces to make this exchange, and we get to the position with this edgy piece 15. So this is probably something that we are going to see here in the game between ladies. But if you have any other predictions, just let me know in the comment sections. Daria trained with Scan, Kuba Gazda says. Lebartus 32-28 from Twitch is my favorite. Yeah, once even Alexei Chizhov, 10-time world champion, told that 32-28 is the opening for the victory in the game. Despite the fact that it looks normal, it looks not as an aggressive one, that it is the one to win. I'm a chess player, new in checkers, where can I play official tournaments? You can go, if you want to play international tournaments, because I don't know from which country you are, then I would just recommend you to go to the web page of your national federation and look for the local tournaments, but if you want to look for the international tournaments, you can go to the site fmjd.org, and this is the website of the World Draughts Federation. There you have the calendar and you can find official tournaments, and of course you can play tournaments online. Okay, so we are following exactly the opening that I was expecting among ladies. You can play, of course, online on this site, for example, where I'm analyzing those games, which is draughts.org, which is the drafts or checkers version of lichess.org. Looking at the gentleman. Okay, after fourth move of Jan, 40-34, we have a small pause from the Yuri Anikeev side. And there is a really interesting comment from Dove, which is Jan and Yuri played 15 times a draw before. Yeah, and this is very interesting topic, because what are your expectations about the result, of course, and about the results of the single games in this match? Will that be drawing all the time? Because if they played a draw in 15 games before, is it possible for them to have 12 draws in a row? I don't know. What are your predictions? Because I know that mindset will be different, because now, comparing to the games they play in the tournaments, then they could think, for example, like, okay, I am playing against strong player and draw is something satisfying me, and I just want to focus more strengths on playing against other players, for example, the weaker ones. So that could be the motivation of the previous draws. But here, to finish this match and to win this match, you must win the games. So I think the mindset will be completely different. But what are your predictions? How do you feel about that? Hello Tudu, nice to see you. There are some people from Poland, thank you very much. Of course, I'm from Poland, and during this stream I will just focus on using the English, but if you are writing something in Polish, of course I will try to answer it. Lebartus, I'm currently living in Serbia, I'm from Russia. Okay, so being the Russian citizen is not so easy in the drafts world, because you can't be registered to the tournaments by your national federation, because Russian Federation and Belarusian federations were suspended by the World Draughts Federation, so you can play only in some tournaments which are not the European Championship and World Championship, and for example the World Cup tournaments, international important tournaments. It is the thing to be decided by the officials, by the organizers of that tournament. They can allow you to play without the flag, for example, but they can not let you to play in such a tournament. Of course, going back to the game, so not the line of the possible combination, but the line of developing the left long wing from Yuri Anikeev, we can see in the game. That was followed by 45-40, 40-19, and at this moment the exchange 33-28. Of course, the idea is in the future, of course, as well, not to let your opponent to lock you with such moves, for example 19-24, and not to waste the tempo of 50-45. The thing that we can see in the Grandmaster games many times is that they are doing the plans immediately as they can. So this move 50-45 many times is just a waste of tempo, so it is better to go with this exchange to the center, collecting two other tempos and starting to play more aggressively as soon as it is only possible. It is tough. Yeah, it is tough, but still there are many tournaments in each country that you can participate. Many unofficial tournaments, like not the FMJD tournaments, because FMJD, which is the World Draughts Federation, is the federation that suspended national federations. There are some international event tournaments that are not the World Cup tournaments, yeah, because the limitations, as I told, are in this European, World and World Cup tournaments. I would mention that, ladies and gentlemen. I will try to check on Turbo Dumbbase 12, absolutely new and great program to scan the games, to analyze the games, and to improve the playing level by yourself. I will check what is the statistic of the competition. How many times this position between gentlemen has appeared in the tournament's base. So okay, let me just copy that to another computer. I'm using another computer, but maybe during the next rounds I will just display the program on the screen for you. I just don't want to push too much my computer during this broadcast if I don't know yet if everything will work fine, but at this moment I think everything should work fine. Just also let me know on in the comment section if everything is fine or not, if the connection is okay, if the voice is okay, if I am not too loud or not too quiet, if the quality is good. Just let me know about all of that, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, so last move in this position was 41-37, so we have already 8 moves done by white color and 7 moves done by black color, and I'm going to search, find this position in the database, and we will have the answer, because the database is of almost 800,000 games. And ladies and gentlemen, this position has been played 257 times. And looking at the most recent games, will we have their games there? Let me check it. Some games between more strong players. What do I find here? For example, in June of this year, during European Championship, this opening was played between Aleksander Schwarzman by white and Guntis Valneris with black pieces. What is more, that game was played during Polish Championship between Piotr Paluch playing with white pieces and Marta Bańkowska, who will be my guest tomorrow, with black pieces. And the question is also if this opening will be the opening that we are going to see many times, even more than one, during this match. Domchev Barko. So the games I mentioned before ended in a draw. Oh, Mateo Boxum, last year in April, played against Martin van Dijk and lost with white pieces during Dutch Championship, I see. Vaidas Stasitis has lost the game in this opening to Igor Kirsner, but it was World Championship Blitz, probably in Poland, that I was organizing in the past. About the Polish Open 2021, the last year when Russian players were allowed to play, it was the game between Sharafudinov and Getmański Alexander, and that game also ended in a draw. But I don't see that either Jan or Yuri have played this opening. There we have a game between Ivan Trofimov and Martin van Eisendorn from 2018. Martin van Eisendorn will be also the guest in commenting those games in another official broadcast, which is in Dutch language. That one that is run by Esther van Muyen and her guests. Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, till the year 2015, I don't see this opening was played by any of those players. So this is something new for them according to the tournament experience. But of course, they are well prepared in the openings. If they are deciding to play something like that, I think everything will work fine for them. We have 5 to 10 move by Yuri Anikeev. Here you can see that scan engine used on draughts.org suggests that the best possibility would be for white to exchange 2 for 2. But this is of course something that is quite passive, and also it can create some problems with developing this 46 to the position for white pieces, and players on that level are usually not deciding to match such exchanges, the passive ones, because that way you are just giving your opponent the time, the tempo to develop in the central part of the board. So I don't think that this move will be followed. Just scan, this engine wants to have the position opened, flexible, and that way to find the best solution to find another next moves. Everything sounds and looks good. Thank you very much for this comment, just proving me. And on YouTube, Samuel Azibekian. Hello from Armenia. Hello, hello, nice to see you. Do we have another continent? Because usually we have some guests from the South, North America, but I know it's quite early for them. It's not easy to follow the match from the very beginning, because that way they would be forced to wake up in the morning. Or in the night before the morning even. The Larker. So is this the World Championship? Wasn't held every 2 years, or am I misunderstanding it? So basically, according to the World Draughts Federation and how the World Championship titles are held, we have matches every 2 years, but then we have also the competitions, tournaments. So it looks like that. Now we have 2024, so we have the year of the match, or matches, yeah, between top men player and top women player. And next year, in 2025, we are going to have the competition, the tournament. And every 2 years, we have different kind of tournament, different kind of competition, because there is one tournament of 20 people, everyone plays against everyone, so round robin 19 rounds, and another 2 years we have the competition of 40 players, and they are divided to 4 10-person groups, from which 2 gets to the final, and then we have the final tournament between them, and then the world champion is chosen by the winner of this competition. And among women we used to have 16 players all the time in each year, so the form of this competition is quite different, but we have the world champion every year in drafts, international drafts, international checkers, how it is called. This is how I would like to answer your question. Okay. So here we are at this moment, just Yuri Anikeev is thinking, so maybe it's a good moment to tell you what is the time ratio of this competition. So this is the time that is used during the World Cup tournaments, and this is very, very interesting for us, the viewers. Why? Because players must make 45 moves in 1 hour and 30 minutes. Player must make 45 moves in 90 minutes. So it gives you the average time of 2 minutes per move. But of course, it depends on the position. Sometimes you must spend more than 2 minutes, sometimes you should spend less than 2 minutes on one move. Like here, for example, you could see that after playing 5 to 10, Jan quite quickly answered with 39-33, or maybe I was just mistaken, maybe a bit longer, but at this moment Yuri Anikeev has 1 hour and 16 minutes and his opponent 1 hour and 22 minutes. So not only the strategy, not only the tactic, but also the very important thing of being a good drafts or checkers player is to manage your time well. And time management is a very crucial thing, so that's the reason why the opening of the game should be prepared well, for you not to waste and spend too much time that phase of the game, so you can save more time on the late middle game or the ending, because in end games most of the time the game decides the draw. Or the winning of one of the players decides in the end games. So it is very, very, very important, because that time your calculations are the most important. Thank you for your explanation, great stream, thank you very much for this valuable comment, the Larker. Okay, let's take a look at the women's game. So what did we have here? As I expected from the opening, just after the first move, we did have this very interesting piece standing on 15. And there are some interesting plans to play against this piece, and most of the times I think it gives us the possibility of having the interesting game, because on the one hand, this piece is limiting a bit this long wing of black pieces, because you have less possibilities of making some moves here. And you have, for example, the option of taking under the control 24 and then try to build, for example, locked classic position, but it's a long way to get to this point. On the other hand, for example, you can try to attack the opposite wing of your opponent. On the other hand, you can try to attack the center, for example, but you must find some space to make moves. You can't be locked by your opponent, and your opponent, for example, after having this 15 can try to control 30, and then really it is tough for black pieces to have any possibility of going to this wing. This is just one possibility of searching for the plan. But usually after getting to this piece, there is a phase of development, and after the opening, once the players have chosen the opening, we have those developmental moves going to the center, of course, because this is the way how to build the position, from the sides to the center, from both sides, 44 to 39, and finally here at this moment Victoria decides to go to 24. Okay, another plan was, for example, to build some position like this, let's say, like this, and this could be also the position that is the key position to find for to look for the next plan, and then such moves would be possible, for example. But after moving this 10 piece, Victoria decided to go to the position with controlling 24. So this is some information that we received from Victoria already, and you know, while playing checkers or drafts, you should be patient, and you should give your opponent the possibility of giving you some information. So we are not hurrying up with sending some pieces to the other part of the board, and that way let your opponent know what you are going to play, what is your plan. You just want to stay your plan as covered as long as it is possible, and that's the reason why developmental phase are just played quick. You're just moving the pieces from the sides to the center and waiting waiting for the moment when finally the pieces are holding together. Then you can go, for example, next line to this 5th line. But sometimes of course it is necessary to go to some spot, to some place quickly just before your opponent controls it. So this is the beauty of drafts, because there is not such a thing as, you know, usual way of getting the better position. It all depends on many factors, and this is the beauty, to try to understand it, the right timing and the right strategy, of course. After next move, 50, 44, 40, 90, and 45, 40. Yeah. This is also a very interesting move, because it gives already another important information to Victoria Motrichko, because if black pieces are controlling 24, then maybe white pieces would like to have the Olympic formation of those two checkers, 45 and 40. This formation could let you, for example, to make some combinations like this one, like the royal shot called combination. But on the other hand, if you are moving it, you have no other possibility of build this Olympic formation. So for the black pieces, it is already told that there is no possibility for Daria to build Olympic formation. And such information can be used not only now, but also in the future moment of this game. I must involve you somehow into the stream, into commenting. Please write me on the chat, where are you watching from, the city or the country? I'm really interested, curious about where are you watching it, where the roots of the drafts world are getting. Please let me know on the chat where you are watching from this stream. City, Canada, wow, so we are in the North America. Best greetings from Warsaw. I encourage other people to share where you are watching from this stream. 39-33. Okay, so you can see already that Jan is trying to control 28 and 29, and it gives, of course, the many possibilities for the black black pieces. Zenf is from Belgium. Nice to see you here. Thank you very much. Belgium. We don't have many drafts players in Belgium, actually. I really liked some guys that were playing during the youth competitions. I've played in Netherlands many times, and I always loved Belgian people at drafts or checkers tournaments. And what are the options? Oh, Brooks is watching from the Brazil. Nice. So we have also the South America. Do we have another continents? We did have Armenia viewer, so we can count it as the Asia and Europe, I think. For example, playing against this 29 checker, it gives you some possibilities, like for example building the fork, building the semi-fork lock position, but also it is giving you the possibility of exchanging 20-24 and trying, for example, to hold the control over 27, and the game goes into the semi-open classic position. This is one of the possible plans, of course, but this is something that simplifies the game, I think. And also, this move would be an information for Jan Groenendijk what Yuri Anikeev is trying and going to play. So probably this is the reason why he just waits, playing 1-7 and now 37-32. Scan engine, for example, shows this move 47-41, and at first glance it's just not looking good, because of course I think that black checkers could wait. I would maybe not decide for this exchange that is suggested by Scan, because yeah, after this exchange, for example, this exchange would be really weak for white, because that would turn the position into this semi-fork lock position. This is the structure that I mentioned, and why it is complicated, because you can't make that time many moves on your right wing. For example, you can't attack because your opponent plays here, and after one checker you get free. Another option would be, that is limited, is going to this square 23, because then this column works perfectly. You give 24-30, 1 for 2, and you win one piece. Also, you must be careful about our other combinations, like for example, even after holding this gap and making some move like that, okay, maybe just to visualize that earlier, I can just follow this variation. Oh, sorry, that was not the piece that I wanted to move. Yeah. So another limitation with the semi-fork lock and the fork lock position is this move, because then you can use this column that way, sacrificing something and going straight to the king, so you know. This is type the position that can appear in the game, but probably Jan will not be interested in creating the position, giving the chances for black pieces to go to it. Meanwhile, 11-17, so we are getting more close to each other, and that is the prophecy of a quite interesting game, I believe, in this position. I really like how players play. I really like the way they are playing right now, ladies and gentlemen. What else do we have? What countries? Please let me know. We have Canada, Belgium, Brazil, we've had Armenia. Do we have any other players? And what are your expectations for this game? Do you think that we are going to see 2 draws today in this first round, or any other results you expect? Yeah. So after this move, 45-40, that was really expected that Daria will play further to 34. So what is the reason of this move? Also, when you are having this edge piece 25, your problem could be to build this Olympic formation, like for example after this move playing here, 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 some development, and it caused some troubles with this exchange, 32-28. At this moment it would be already a losing move. Why? Okay, at first glance, let me tell you why it would be a nice idea to use this exchange, 32-28, of course, because of this checker. This 46 is considered the weakest checker to develop in your position in the beginning phase of the competition. And if it is covered with so many pieces, it is extremely difficult to move it. And after you are trying to exchange it with, for example, this idea, then you are losing by the Philip coup, one of the most important and most simple draft shots in the game. There is idea of sacrificing this move, so this is the reason why this Olympic formation would be bad for white pieces. And finally, 4 pieces would be taken by Victoria Motrichko. And without this possibility, other option is to go here, but then you are creating the big gap in your position, and there is a possibility of forcing that you can't avoid after this move 1923. And forcings are really important thing, especially on higher level of playing checkers and drafts, because many people can calculate and see the combinations, because this is the sudden death, yeah, something that creates automatic and immediate threats and possibilities. But forcing for 2 moves, this is something more difficult to find, because for example after this there could be, okay, at this moment it is just working, because you must wait 1 more move before this attack. Now it would not be possible, because after this one you have even this combination. So even without direct attack, there would be a possibility of combination. Yeah. So this is the reason why this move 45-40 that was played by Daria sometimes could be just easier to play and calculate in the future. For example, looking at this exchange that finally appeared in the game. So Daria exchanged 30 to 28, but now this piece 28 is not so strong, and it can be of course attacked like scan shows, and this is the variant that we are going to follow and take a look at. Nicholas, looking on from Trinidad and Tobago, thanks for the English commentary on this live. You're welcome, and thank you very much for watching, of course. Nicholas, another very active player to promote drafts. I see your all social media activities, so yeah, thumbs up for you. Looking at the time here, Victoria Motrichko, after 19 moves, still has 1 hour and 9 minutes to go, and Daria Tkachenko 1 hour and 15 minutes. So it looks like Victoria is losing 5 or more minutes, because still she is on the move, but she has a very safe and solid position at the moment. What can Daria try to play? For example, she can think of forcing her opponent to exchange back after this attack, 34-29. Another possibility would be maybe to go to 35 and exchange, but it is never a good idea probably, because it would hold the classical locked position, which in my opinion would be in this position better for black pieces. In this opening I also remember the game between Aleksander Getmański and Martin van Eysendorn. So that was the game played in Rotterdam's Open, but I don't know which year. And that time Aleksander Getmański just has defeated Martin, but I don't remember which color he did play. Hello from France, great live stream, thank you very much. Bartmos66 live stream, great, thank you very much. I do appreciate such comments, and I try to do as I can. And of course during the next rounds we will have more even features for you, including, like I said, the preview from the Turbo Dumbbase program. We will have the interviews with the competitors, so you will have the possibility of asking the questions here on the chat, and I will follow those questions to the players. But probably not today, as we are going to have some limitations according to the opening ceremony, for example, of this day. And we will have it from tomorrow on, I believe. I haven't checked this game between ladies in the Turbo Dumbbase program, but at first, after going to the game between Jan and Yuri Anikeev, let's see how the game continued. Okay, 44-39. Usually what I say, it is worth to develop one wing fully before you are going to the other wing. And here Jan likely develops one time one wing, another time another wing, so yeah, it looks very reasonable to make this exchange right now. And as usually, after this exchange and trying to cover the central squares by the black pieces, to have to keep some space to play, it is many times necessary to play this move 35-30. So the indicator of the computer shows that this is absolutely a draw, but I think that black's position is looking more solid at this moment. And really interesting which plan will be chosen by Jan Groenendijk here. Of course, Jan Groenendijk, according to many people, is the favorite one to win this title. And I'm really curious about what his performance will be, and if he is trying to play some sharp, tense games against Yuri Anikeev, or if he's going to try to just play it calm. I don't know. Just after I will check the Turbo Dumbbase program, I will tell you something about, of course, and the system of this competition, of those competitions actually. Renzo, nice to see you here. Good job. Greetings from Italy. Greetings to Italy from Warsaw. Thank you very much for being here. Okay, so after the last move I checked, 41-27. It was played like 5-10, and I'm curious also about the fact if this game has been played by anyone else till this moment or not. 39-33 was played that time, and also on my computer I will be checking the King's Row judgment evaluation about this position. King's Row, for example, is much more precise in the Endgames than scan engine that you can see right now. So we will have the right judgment of the position, I think. Of course, when I'm commenting by myself and I am just taking a look at many different technical things, then it is not possible for me to follow the games and analyze the deep variants of it and fully focus on it, so I must support myself with the engine, but that way we are going to have the right judgment of the position, I hope. After 39-33 there was 1-7. Now we are looking at the position between Jan and Yuri, of course. Maybe I will change a bit the display on the overlay for you to see all the time which position is played, which game. 1-7, then we had 37-30 11-17. Okay, let's check at this moment. Find position. Okay, so after 10 moves, there were only 27 games played that way. Okay, let's go further, but still it means that this is the theoretical line, ladies and gentlemen. Getulio, good morning, greetings from Brazil, yeah, another player from Brazil, thank you very much, and nice to see you as always during the broadcast. Getulio is a solid viewer many times when I'm deciding to make some string, he is here, thank you very much Getulio for that. 11-17, then we've had 44-39, exchange on the main diagonal, 35 and 20-25. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, how many games this position has been played already? Okay, this position that you can see on the board has appeared only 2 times in the history according to the base of Turbo Dumbbase program. So that was played between Jasper Lehmann and Bas Messemacher in 2024, so recently in November during the Dutch team competition. And this game ended in a draw from this position. Another game was played in 1987. 1987, how many years ago it was? 24 plus 13, so nearly 40 years ago. This game was played between Michał maybe Koroniewski and Raimonda Bercis. Okay, and that game was won by white pieces. That was maybe USRR championship, probably yes. So this is not the common position, this is not something that is created in the games very often, and as we checked before, players haven't played it according to the Turbo Dumbbase base. So it means that they must calculate, or maybe they are just prepared theoretically for this opening, but I don't believe that such opening can be prepared such deeply, and I think that they must calculate from this moment. Dennis Raven, no one making quick draw today, love it. Yeah, basically, also according to the attitude of the players, I don't think that they are going for the quick draws because they are not. Maybe they are aware that many people in the world just are following them, trying to analyze their games and trying to entertain from it, and maybe they know that they must bring something to us. Yeah, you know. Also, I know the other side that the first round of the competition is very important because you want to get into the tournament without losing a game, of course. We did have something different during the chess title match between Ding and Gukesh, and Ding has won the first game and lost the match. That was very interesting. According to the system, because I promised you that I will tell you about that, we are playing 12 classic games, and those games are going to be played anyway, even though if we would have the new world champion earlier. So to win the match, you must have the better result after 12 games, but also you must have at least 2 victories. So if there is a situation when Jan Groenendijk, for example, wins 1 game and 11 games ends in a draw, then we would have a tiebreak, because you must win at least 2 games, and then the tiebreaks would be played to the first victory, as I understand it well. Of course, of the player who leads, because otherwise, if someone who is chasing the result will draw the game, then another victory will be decisive. So it gives us some possibilities that possible tiebreaks would be played even after the 30th day of December, even on the New Year, not New Year, but the day before, yeah, the last day of the year, 31st December. There is a possibility of super tiebreak there. What will be played by Jan Groenendijk? Let's wait and see. So you can see already that no games of those players and only 2 games in the history were played in this opening. Ladies and gentlemen, that's something interesting for me, at least. I hope that for you too. In a moment I will check the ladies' game, how it is played. Okay, so we have some update here. As expected, after this exchange by Daria Tkachenko on the main diagonal, this spot 28 is quite weak. Why? Because you can see there's a hole, there is empty space around the pieces. And that gives the possibility to black checkers to try to put more pressure on this 28, as this 32 behind it is uncovered. And that is the best decision according to what Scan says, and this is something exactly what Victoria Motrichko makes. So earlier I told you that many times in the opening developmental phase you must just go from the sides to the center and not let your opponent to know what your plan is. But in such positions, when you have the possibility of attacking and while waiting you would give your opponent a time to cover those gaps, then there is no need to wait, and then it would be a good idea to attack it directly. So it happened for the first time, and now Victoria is waiting for her move. So this is the possibility according to Scan engine, that black pieces should attack it, but what will be the decision of Victoria Motrichko, we'll see. I'll just open the second window of Turbo Dumbbase 12. By the way, I do recommend you this program. This program is just great, ladies and gentlemen, because Turbo Dumbbase 12 is the program that lets you to search the position and has the huge base of the games, of course, and that's the great way to prepare for the competition, to play against any player that has some games in the base, but on the a bit higher level everyone is in the base. You can choose the right opening to prepare. You have 3 engines to use them. For example, fleets, of course, King's Row and scan. You can compare the strength and the depth of calculation of each engine, and you choose the best one for you or the best one for the phase of the game. There was an interesting thing. Martin van Eisendorn once told me that he is trying to understand scan, as scan is the best program to create chances for winning, in his opinion. And that's the reason why he is following this program and not, for example, this engine and not, for example, the King's Row. So we are after the first answers of this competition. So we know the first openings. Okay, I have now the second Turbo Dam-based program opened, and I can follow the games of the game of Victoria and Daria as well. Seven, 12, 42, 14, 19, 39, 5 to 10. Okay, so 12 moves of this game. Let's check. I think I can't do it at once. Okay, I thought that I will be able to check in the base 2 different games, but it's not possible. So I just save the game. White, Jan Groenendijk. And black, Anikeev. Now I can open the database in the second one. Okay, and search, find position. Okay, so opening of the ladies. The first 12 moves of the game was played 35 times. 35 times, and it was played, for example, by Erno Prosman in 1997 with the black pieces. It was played, oh, very interesting game, 2002. Latvia Championship between Zoja Golubieva, 16-time world champion among women, and Benno Botulis, and Zoja has won this game with white pieces. Okay, what else do we have interesting here? Yuri Anikeev has played this game in 2023 in November during the Lishuai Open, and he has defeated Engbold Kuslen. And this Engbold Kuslen, I think, likes this opening because he has played it 2 times in the fall of the last year. But this year, this opening was not played according to the Turbo Dam-based. At least first 12 moves to exact position, because sometimes it can change, of course. Then it was played like 47, 42, 10, 14, 44, 39, 19, 24, 50, 14, 45, 18, as I remember. Yep. 40-34, 12-18, and 32-28. 2-7. Oh, at first it was attacked. No, it was not attacked. Okay. Oh, that's strange, because according to King's Row, the bigger advantage for the black pieces was after attacking it. After attacking it 18-24, ladies and gentlemen. But it was played 2-7 by Victoria, and after 41-37, 7-12, 46-41, and 1-7. Okay, so slight advantage, 0.006 to 0.8 by black pieces, and when I'm trying to find this position in database, there is no position like this. So it means that probably ladies are not in the preparation phase, they're just playing after the opening, using their creativity. Of course they know the plans, but this exact position never has appeared in the base of the program. Has never appeared there. I also would like to involve you into some survey on the chat. I'll do it. I hope it works. Then I'll take the look at the gentleman game. This is the current position. Don't forget, because still we have less likes than viewers, don't forget to leave the thumb up under the video. It's very nice and important thing, because the thing that we all must understand as our community, we must help each other to help drafts being promoted all over the world. And the comments that you are writing, the thumbs up that you are leaving under the videos, the shares on your social medias, it is very, very important. It is extremely important to promote drafts all over the world, ladies and gentlemen. Nice numbers for the KNDB. I see there is over 120 people watching the official Dutch stream. Really nice, and thank you for everyone who is here watching with me. Okay, I will just ask you some survey. So, start a poll, Q&A. Yeah, start a poll. Ask a question. What results do you expect? Oh, or maybe who will be the new world champions? We have 4 options there, so it will be Anikeev, Motrichko. So it will be Anikeev, Tkachenko, it will be Groenendijk, Motrichko, and it will be Groenendijk, Tkachenko. So I start a poll, a survey. On the chat, feel free to vote. What is your prediction? What do you think? Who do you think will be the new world champions? We have 4 options according to the fact that the 2 matches played at once, and I'm really curious about what are your predictions. So already I have some votes for Anikeev, Motrichko, and Groenendijk, Motrichko. So everyone thinks that Motrichko will win. at this moment, but only 2 votes. Okay, you can join this survey, this poll all the times, and let me know what are your predictions. Meanwhile, we are getting to the game between gentlemen, Jan Groenendijk and Yuri Anikeev. So let's try to analyze the games more deeply. After this 2025, there was a possibility and option of making quite safe move, this one, 30 to 24. And at first glance, this position without so many pieces on this side, this is not looking maybe the best, but also this gives the possibility of black pieces of simplifying the position with this exchange and coming from one type of position to another one. Maybe Jan Groenendijk would not like that, and Jan decides to play 46-41, and after 7-11 probably this move 41-47 will be played. Of course, there is not such possibility of making 21-27 because after this capture, this piece is removed and that way white wins something. But normally exchanging this wing would be nice for black pieces, I think, because otherwise this piece 29 before white goes to the outpost to 24 can be surrounded somehow. If there would be a possibility for Jan of controlling this 27, then he could create his pieces into a Podkova and try to surround this 23 standing lonely in the central part of the board. So to avoid this plan, this could be the plan by Yuri Anikeev. This is something that Scan suggests, 17-22, and honestly I think there are huge chances for the continuations like that. If you have your expectations and your predictions about what could be played here, just let me know, ladies and gentlemen. We are just 1 hour after starting this game, those games, and we are waiting for the time control. The time control will be in 2 hours from this point. From 2 hours in 2 hours from this point. That will be probably the most exciting time for us of each round, because there are chances that players will have the necessity of making many moves in just short period of time. It can be different, of course, if they are managing the time well, but if they are trying to play the new positions, the new openings like they are playing right now, there are huge chances that they will create some time issues. Especially, I think Jan Groenendijk is able to do it. Jan Groenendijk is the person who showed us many times, including the first ever game that he has played on this time control against Agata Parachina from Russia. That was the Polish Open 2022, if I remember it well, and that time Jan Groenendijk has lost his first round, his first ever game played on this time control. Of course, from that time he played many more games of that type, and he is more experienced player. He knows how to manage the time, I hope at least, but he likes to think, and he's the guy who really knows how to play on short time. He plays the precise moves despite the fact that his clock shows just last seconds. This is something astonishing, and maybe this is the strongest part of the play. But on the other hand, we have Yuri Anikeev, who plays rapid and blitz games on extremely high level. So I think that both players could not be afraid of having not much time, but at this moment they are playing quite well using the time management. But 14 moves, when I just try to understand it, 14 moves is less than third part of the moves that they must make till the time control. And right now Yuri Anikeev has 59 minutes and Jan Groenendijk just the same, 59 minutes and 48 seconds at the moment. So it means that they are just a bit below the average time that they should spend before the time control. So according to the fact that each next moves are more difficult to make, I think that it can be a future problem. Time problem for at least one of those players. Getulio, how were the candidates chosen, please? You're welcome, I'm explaining that. So, Yuri Anikeev is the guy who has won last World Championship in Curaçao last year. And Jan Groenendijk is the player who took the second place. Normally it would be that way, that world champion would play one after another. But the previous world champion was Roel Boomstra, and Roel Boomstra decided to stop his professional drafts career, so he didn't want to play the match another time. And if he continued, then he would be the challenger, pretender in this match. But after his resignation, Jan Groenendijk, which is the vice world champion, is the pretender of this tournament. And Jan Groenendijk, of course, has played already in such match against Roel Boomstra, and was 1 or 2 times, maybe even 2. Do you remember that? And for Yuri Anikeev, it is the first ever match. So he is defending the title, playing the first time match ever, and he is playing on the Dutch soil against the Dutch player, which sounds extremely difficult for him. Quite a long time of thinking for Jan Groenendijk, so what else can he think about despite this move 41-47? I think that maybe he's thinking about this move 31-27, because otherwise he would allow his opponent to play this 17-22. Could this be an option, that he's thinking about that move? I think the only 2 moves that he can consider are those 2, but I think my intuition says that finally he will decide to play this 41. Deon Gerfrance, thank you very much for following on Twitch. If you are not following on Twitch or subscribing on YouTube, please let's do it, and I'll be absolutely grateful for that. Okay, I must ask draughts admins to show the stream on the main page, because they recently accepted my streamer's account on draughts, but everything works here. Just to mention, all the games are covered in Dutch and in English language. Here I'm commenting in English, of course, but Esther Van Mooyen and her guests are commenting in Dutch, and they're having the great guests, like, for example, Shashopa, I haven't seen your comment, sorry very much. Hello, okay, bye. Quick action. And there are great guests, like, for example, Ton Seybrands, Harm Wiersma, and young grandmasters, like, for example, Martin van Eisendorn, Itza Slump, or Wouter Sipma. I know, maybe Wouter Sipma not, because he left Netherlands for the Christmas at this moment. He will be my guest, probably. But, of course, following their analysis is very value and gives you the best value, and of course my guests, I hope, will tell me something interesting as well. Tomorrow, as I remind you, Marta Bańkowska, world grandmaster among female players, it will be my guest, and Marta Bańkowska has played many games against Daria Tkachenko, Victoria Motrichko, but also she is in touch with Jan Groenendijk, Yuri Anikeev, so I'm really curious what Marta is going to say tomorrow. After 12 votes on the YouTube poll, we have the results. Over the half of you says that Groenendijk and Motrichko will be the winners. Jetulio, I'd like these matches to be as thrilling as Liren x Gukesh, and I would like those matches to be like you say, and I think there are huge chances for that. We have this privilege that we have 2 matches, not one, so it gives us double the chances to have some emotions here. 41-47 finally was played after a long time of thinking by Jan Groenendijk, and at this moment Yuri Anikeev is thinking for his move for about 3 minutes, not entire 3 minutes, but for some time like that. We don't have much updates among the women's game, so the girls, women are starting to think a bit more. 37-31, that was the last move of Daria Tkachenko. Reasonable move, because you can't forever defend this. 28, probably at some point it will be the plan, forcing white to make different exchange, for example something like that, this exchange in that direction. Now there could be some possibility, okay, but it works both ways. Finally, after losing this 18 and 20 to 23, it would be possible for white pieces to attack and push back this 25 piece like that way, and this is how this game could continue. So the question is if that will be the plan of Victoria Motrichko, because after this attack, yeah, this possibility will be always. Not maybe after this move, because here after one attack you would have the possibility of different attack, of course, but before that you would have the possibility of covering this gap, then going to the side maybe would give white the chances of creating this pyramid here and have some compensation in the position. So I don't think this is the plan that Victoria will choose in this game. So she is waiting for the move, she's thinking for a really long time, because you know, after the opening and putting all the pieces together, then there is the plan to find there is the moment to find the plan. And for Victoria, this is that moment. So she is down to 40 minutes. Victoria is down to 40 minutes, so she is below the half time given for this game till the time control, ladies and gentlemen. Vadim, thank you very much for subscribing the Twitch channel. I will run this pop-up also on those other streams, so it will be possible to follow it. And till tomorrow and maybe today during the break, because I will have the necessity of making some, and maybe I will just add the option of this live board of the women. So we would have the possibility of following it all the time. We can see on this board that Yuri Anikeev has played this 1722. Okay, so he decided for the move that we were expecting. And now the question is, what was Jan thinking about? Because definitely he was analyzing this move. And I know already this is the plan how Yuri Anikeev likes to develop his short wing, and this is something similar to what he has played against Oscar Budis, but that time Oscar decided to control 27 earlier. But even after, you know, this exchange with the majority, because if white pieces would decide to play this exchange, you can see that still it develops the short wing of dark pieces and also gives you the control or the possibility of controlling this 27. This could be really important spot looking at the strategy of this game. So this is not so convenient move for white checkers, and after this move I am thinking of this exchange, if it could happen here, and something like that. Is it possible that Yuri Anikeev would like to play here, for example, to think in the future about going to 27? Okay, going to 27 is not a good idea probably, because there is this exchange, and that way you would create this checker piece 27 isolated. Because this one, when there is known piece isolated by this piece, it could be problematic for dark pieces, and it's easier to play for white, I think. So that's not the idea, but there are many other ideas, of course. There is this possibility in the future, there is option to just develop pieces further and further. And that would give us quite an interesting game, I think. But what if such move was not played, but something like that? And then after that, okay. So that is important not to go to 27. That is important not to go to 27 too early, because then you would not have this attack possibility here. That would give instantly better position to white pieces, because after this majority you just go to 10. And means that white pieces will have some options to take back this piece, but the position, even after retaking this piece, would be horrible for black pieces. Okay, so understanding it, because, you know, at first glance I was thinking about if white is going to the outpost and black is going to lock it on 20, then it could be problematic, because, you know, there is not many pieces on the short wing of the white pieces. But yeah, that works perfectly with this attack 33-28. Now it won't be possible. So if you lose a tempo here, then this 10 to 14 would be really nice, because after that, yeah, this lock works. And you can't attack anymore, and you would be forced to make some exchanges like that. Yeah, but this spot is now a weak one. And there is a slight advantage according to what scan shows for black pieces in such kind of position. So those are quite interesting possibilities, and we are waiting for Jan, what he's going to choose in this position. Do you have any expectations? Share it with me on the chat, as usually. 18 votes, and still over 50% for Groenendijk and Motrichko, as I expected. Let's take a look at Daria against Victoria, and we have an update. Okay, so without attacking at 18-23, Victoria has decided to exchange it. Double exchange, so the way suggested by Scan Computer, of course. With a simple exchange, single exchange, you get 2 tempos, and with double exchange you get 4 tempos. So it means that Ukrainian School of Drafts says gain tempos, win tempos, and go forward, go beat the attacking one. That way, of course, it is not possible to attack 34-29, so we must see such move 41-47, because such attack does not make any sense. It gives another 2 tempos for the black pieces. So this is something I would not expect. But Daria chooses very interesting moves, and she is barely thinking about that. I think that it is very tough position to calculate fully. And to choose the right plan, it is very, very difficult. This is the move, absolutely, that could be played fast. Yeah, it's logical, it's developing 41, and it closes the gap 37. It could be logical one. But Daria almost immediately plays, after 2-3 minutes, plays 33-28. And that way she's creating once again this piece on the 5th line, 28, and this is quite easy to play against this piece. It can be surrounded. I don't know if you followed the video, for example, that I published on the channel of analysis of Victoria's games from US Open 2024. She played many games against this single alone piece in the center of the board from her opponents. She knows how to play against it. Of course, this is early stage of the game. Scan shows 0.2 advantage for dark pieces, but it is quite easy, in my opinion, for Victoria Motrichko to surround this piece 28. It's something I can't fully understand. Isi Lopez, hello from Panama, good morning. Okay, we are just afternoon in Poland, but for you it is morning, of course. Hello, nice to see you, as always, on the chat, on our channel. How do you understand this decision from Daria Tkachenko? I think this is just the water for the mill of Victoria. Victoria knows how to play against such pieces perfectly. Of course, there are many combinations to be checked, because if you have the possibility of creating any free tempo in such position, then always there is this attack. Could be problematic again. There is always a possibility of making this attack even. This would be possible. Maybe there is some forcing in this position, maybe not. But there is a huge chance also that that would force Daria, yeah, maybe. That way it would be better to make such exchanges, and that way weakening this left wing. There is a big hole, like a grenade, came and exploded here. Much easier game for Victoria Motrichko from this moment, and the other possibility would be just to exchange it, which is not looking nice. This is false move. 0-3, 0-4 according to what scan says. But if you have such a position with a problems in the middle part of the game, it means that further and further each move will be more and more difficult to make it right. So at this moment, ladies and gentlemen, I think that Victoria gets what she wants. Victoria gets position without the problems, but the only problem for her right now is her time. Maybe the reason of this move by Daria is the part of her strategy, because maybe she thinks that after creating some move, even creating some weaknesses in her position, she will force Victoria to think longer and longer. From this moment, Victoria Motrichko must make 21 moves in 33 minutes. So it gives her less than 2 minutes per move, of course. It's about 1.5 minutes, maybe around 19 seconds of making one move. And I think that Victoria will use some more time during the upcoming moves, and will have more and more difficult time situation. But that time, Daria Tkachenko will have more and more difficult position situation on the board. Do you think it is just enough for Victoria to look for the victory in the first round of the match? Could it be that way, ladies and gentlemen? Someone is cleaning my corridor next to my apartment. I don't know if you hear it. I hope my microphone can mute it, the sounds from the surrounding. Jan Groenendijk was wandering around the table, but finally he is back. And Jan Groenendijk, ladies and gentlemen, has played this move that we were analyzing. 30-24. 30-24. So it means that we have quite a nice decision on Yuri Anikeev's side. And the move that is suggested by Scan is very interesting, because it would be nice for Yuri to wait. It would be nice for him to wait. And there are moves that are not so convenient for waiting, yeah? Like for example 10-14, because yeah, this move can happen 49-40, and with this threat 33-28, maybe it would be forcing black pieces to make this 2-for-2 exchange. But without moving this 10 to 14 or 9 to 14, after which the possibilities of exchanges, that move 2 to 7 would be looking nice, because it still lets black pieces to create this option of majority controlling the left wing of white. Another option would be that after this move 49-44, it would be possible to just exchange to the outpost after this piece 49 vanishes. On the other hand, black pieces would also not have this 2 piece and this possibility of exchanging. So that would create extremely interesting situation, but I think it would be better for black to play it because they control this central square 23 on the main diagonal with the possibility of going or not going to 28. That would make this game even sharper. But yeah, we don't see this move 2-7 in the game, but what we do see is this exchange 15-20. But even with this exchange, the game could be very, very interesting, like we mentioned. And I think we can expect this 49-44 from Jan Groenendijk, just not allowing, it looks like that, this 21-27 mentioned before because of this exchange, 33-28. So there is a possibility that we will have 2 games with this edge piece 15, because, or 36, like it is in the game between Daria and, no, there is 15 because Victoria is playing dark pieces. And there is a huge chance that Yuri Anikeev will transfer the position to the closed classical position with this edge piece 15. Then we would have something similar in both games. The question is if the plans would look similar or the same. Because if something like that would be played, and maybe this exchange could maybe weaken too much this left wing, right wing of white, but there could be the possibility of such. This is possible. Oh, there is a nice combination, nice idea. Yeah. Sacrificing 3 pieces, and then fourth one, collecting 5. So you must be careful about the combination, but analyzing it on the computer gives you the fast possibility of finding such combinations. So this move would be necessary, and maybe in such move after that, then we would have the similar position, similar plan to what is played between Daria and Victoria. But after such move, there would also be a possibility of this attack, which usually is not possible, because after this capture with majority, and another capture with majority, there usually stands the black checker, and it takes back to 24 with the usually better position for black. But in that case, there is nothing to take there, so it would be forced to make this exchange. Really nice idea, and quite strange position could appear in the game. Quite strange one, ladies and gentlemen. But we are far from this point. At this moment we are waiting for the decision here. And Victoria Motrichko plays 7-12, having only 28 minutes on the board. 28 minutes on the board for 20 moves. So the average left time is not so easy. We are about 1 hour and 30 minutes from the final time control. So that's the moment for me to take a short break. I will just leave you with the boards. I haven't prepared yet the right, will be right back overlay. So I will leave you with this one. It will be easier for you to control what is going on both games. That way you can see on the left side Daria Tkachenko's game against Victoria Motrichko, and to the right Jan Groenendijk's against Yuri Anikeev, ladies and gentlemen. So that's the moment for me to make this short break, and I'll be back in about 10 to 15 minutes. Hello ladies and gentlemen, I am back. I just played this music in the background, but I can turn it off. And I took a look at the stream in Dutch and analysis of Ton Sybrands, and as usually, he's going so deep in the calculations that from the position from the middle part of the game, they are just analyzing the end games of the duels. Really interesting one, but of course I must be a bit more flat in those analyses. But let's try to see what is going on. So at first glance we can see that Victoria Motrichko is down to 21 minutes. 21 minutes to make 19 moves. So slowly Victoria is getting to average time of less than 1 minute per one move, and can be only worse because it's really difficult to keep going from this position that smoothly. After last move that we followed 7-12, there was 41-37, and honestly I don't know why Victoria decides to play 21-26 in this position. In my opinion, this one is working great, not letting the white pieces to control this 27, so I don't know what is the plan directly right now for Victoria. Like you can see, Scan was suggesting 18-23, after this move is not possible probably, 38-32. Okay, maybe is possible because this is not working well, because after this you can escape and you are losing just one piece. I thought that maybe you would have the possibility of losing more, but it's not working that way. But maybe it would take some time from Daria Tkachenko. And after this one, once again there are some nice threats, like for example after this attack there is not a possibility of playing 44-30, because you have the possibility of sacrificing two pieces, making a waiting free move, and then black pieces go to 45. That would be the winning position for Victoria Motrichko. So it would create many different interesting threats, this attack 18-23, but it was not chosen by Victoria. Another plan that, okay, maybe the idea of making this move 21-26 is that Victoria wants to have this 6 developed into the game, because if she played that right now, there is, for example, this attack, and after this one the position is not looking nice because of this 12 standing here. There's no possibility of making this exchange back, or there is not a possibility of using this column 9-3 18, for example, if you try to play against those two pieces. So this Podkova formation would not work well with this piece number 12. And maybe Victoria's plan is after this move to play something like 6, like this maybe, and if such moves, I don't know if it is possible or not, were played, maybe something with that and this move 12-17, or just exchange 17-22, maybe something like that. Long-term plan. And maybe Victoria thinks that this move will let her make many different moves in the short period of time, and this is something that she needs definitely. But okay, after this 21-26 and going to 27, she decides to attack 18-23, so it looks like maybe she would change the plan in this game. What is really easy now for Daria to play is that after such moves, 6-11, because of course the Olympic can't be made anymore, and such exchange forward, Victoria is not controlling the corner. She will be maybe in the future, but the same thing can happen for the white side. So for example, the continuation would be like that, this one, attack, maybe some move like that, exchange 40-35, and we would have the closed classic position in this game with both sides controlling one corner, 25 and 26. That would be the moment when tempos would be extremely vital for this position, and in my opinion this is highly possible that something like this position will happen in this game. In my position, something like that will happen in this game. So closed classical position with the control of one wing per side. I would expect something like that. But we are waiting for the response from Daria Tkachenko, noticing that now 18 moves must be made in 20 minutes for Victoria Motrichko, for the current world champion. I don't expect we are going to see 38-42, because this move can be problematic with developing this one, 36. Why? Because, for example, if black plays something like there, you play this move. Okay, it's not possible because of simple 2-4-2, but after closing this possibility, let's say like this, okay, there is another forcing. Difficult close positions, but what I want to explain, if something like that is played, after such moves, there is a big problem for white pieces, because if they attack and not developed this piece 36 before, then there is something like this isolated piece. So this is something that I just want to visualize, despite the fact that I'm making mistakes in other moves. So that's the reason why this 37 in this position is better, because it gives you simply the possibility of exchanging this 36 and not leaving that here in the corner. That way you just develop this piece. So I think that Daria will decide to play 37-42, it's logical, of course. Going to the position between Jan Groenendijk and Yuri Anikeev. After this exchange 2-4-2, where Jan has took two pieces, where Yuri has took two pieces to 45, we have this 49-44, of course expected move, not allowing this 21-27 because of this isolation of this outpost. So simply waiting, Yuri Anikeev plays 10-14, and it requires Jan Groenendijk, because you can see all the pieces are developed, yeah, and you don't want to wait anymore. If you have the column possibility of this exchange, you go for it. And here it is, this position, and I think that something like that can happen, yeah, not this, but this 43-39 with this controlling 24, and this is something I mentioned before the break, that we can follow the position similar to the ladies. Something like that can happen in this game, so we'll have once again this edgy piece 15. I must wake you up somehow on the chat, ladies and gentlemen, because you are not typing anything. What question can I ask you? Okay, after 38 votes in the poll, Jan Groenendijk and Victoria Motrichko, 50% of your voices, votes, not voices, but voices as well. When I'm not thinking about what I am saying, sometimes I can just miss the words. Maybe some competition for you. Kuba Gazda says, would you like to win something? Maybe I have some interesting things. For example, I have few books of Yuri Anikeev, but this is something that Kuba, you won probably already. World champion Yuri Anikeev has signed me few books, those gray books, with nice analysis, so you can follow and learn how to play like a world champion. Maybe it could be possible to use and make some competition for you, the viewers, but you know, you must be engaged on the chat more and more to prepare something like that. What is the situation on the clock? Yuri Anikeev at this moment has made 20 moves. Ooh! Yuri Anikeev, ladies and gentlemen, has made 20 moves, so it means he still must make 25. 25 moves, and he has only 35 minutes for it. So both Ukrainian players are probably having some time issues, but okay. Jan Groenendijk is not in a favorite position, he has only 37 minutes left. Luke Terweiden. Groenendijk versus Anikeev position was once reached in a blind game between Ham Wiersma and Kes Tyson. They went, okay, from this position. Luke says, I will just display this comment on the screen. It will not be displayed all of it probably. Yeah, but some variation I will show you from the second computer. So it went 31-26, 38. Now this move is possible because this combination is not working like after this one, 13-19 of course. 14-19 and 33-29. Oh, very interesting gates. Might be played. Yeah. What is the idea of this move? I was explaining you the thing of being a good timer as a drafts player. So of course, natural plan is what Wiktoria Motrichko has played against Daria in the first round, yeah, controlling 24. And not to allow this move to play, this 33-29 is very interesting, and it's really good for white that this piece 31 did not go to 27, because otherwise there were many different exchanges, combination threats, and etc. And now after, for example, this 1 for 2, which is temporarily losing a piece, there is this attack, and even in case of this sacrifice, this is much more difficult for dark pieces to control this 24, yeah. So this is a very interesting variant, and probably, like you say, it could have appeared. But I don't know if Anikeev is wanting to play to 26 right now, because, okay, I understand this as well, the idea of playing here and maybe not letting to develop that way on the left wing for white pieces. But I think I would choose to play this move 13-19. Maybe in some variations, of course, 14-19 and playing to 24, if I would find any option to use this 13 piece. I think both moves and going to 24 is also an option to not to waste a tempo and go immediately to 24. Now intuition says that my intuition says that we will have something like that in this games. Daria played 37-32 as expected. So yeah. Oh, and Wiktoria is losing another 5 minutes now. I think it's not a good time management for the first game of the match. As mentioned before, players probably the most want not to lose the first game. And now Wiktoria puts a lot of pressure on her. The time pressure. And also the position pressure, because before going 21-26, which in my opinion could be a small inaccuracy, she gets a bit more difficult position to play. Now it's really simple for Daria Tkachenko. Just exchange and go to the other side, yeah? Try to cover those two corners. It is not possible probably for white pieces to cover both of them. But it's just a simple plan, and Wiktoria is the one who must think after such moves if there is not a forcing like 28-22, and after some moves it would be of course possible. And she lost another 5 minutes on this move, or the time was not refreshed. Okay, now the timer changed to 20 minutes, but I think that Wiktoria has less than 15. Okay, yeah. So Wiktoria has played this 13-18 move, but her clock shows 14 minutes 19 seconds. 14 minutes 19 seconds on the side of world champion Wiktoria Motrichko, ladies and gentlemen. There is an advantage, of course. Positional advantage according to what Scan says, and you can see it on the evaluation bar to the right from the board. But I think that Wiktoria can have some time troubles here, and it would not be easy to find the best moves all the time. Isn't it possible to just make this exchange I mentioned? It's strange. So Scan works like that. It shows on the depth of 25 moves that the best continuation for white pieces is to play 39-33, but in my opinion it's not a logical move, because it turns you away from the possibility of trying to fight for the corner 25, yeah? And this 36-31 is just much more logical and human move in this particular position. Really important with such exchanges is the fact that your opponent is not controlling the Olympic anymore, because you don't have this option of threatening threatening 1721 and collecting 2 or more pieces other side. Daria Tkachenko still having over 50 minutes at this moment. 52 minutes are on the clock of representing Netherlands. Daria Tkachenko. Almost no one believes in Daria Tkachenko in this match. Everyone expects Wiktoria Motrichko smoothly to win it, and there are many reasons and arguments for that. I think Wiktoria has beaten Daria during most the important games and tournaments during this year, 2024. So it's understandable that everyone thinks that she is the winner, the future and the holder of the world champion title. Do we have any updates here among the gentlemen? Yes, we do. No, we don't. No, we don't. Okay. So, this move, now this position for Yuri Anikeev, it takes, at this moment, 16 minutes. So Yuri Anikeev, after this exchange, thinks for 16 minutes. And probably will spend some more, because he hasn't made a move yet in this position. This position looks like the one to choose the plan, so really important position, but on the other hand, I just don't want to put myself in such uncomfortable position, yeah? In such positions, I just want to choose the plan smoothly and try not to waste too much time. But this is my style of play. And finally, I would never expect this move, to be honest. Yuri Anikeev in this position exchanges to 27. I would never expect this position, so I think that this is quite a passive move from Yuri Anikeev. What do you think about this move? I don't know how to interpret that. This is kinda shocking, you know? I just told you about the possibility of isolating this lonely outpost 27, and of course it is possible for white pieces to keep attacking 37-31, and that way Jan Groenendijk would just exchange central pieces from Yuri Anikeev, and during the free tempos between or after the attacks he can build this column 39, 33, 28 and try to isolate this 27. I think that this exchange gives extremely simple game to Jan Groenendijk. I don't know why Yuri Anikeev has decided to play that. What is hiding behind this move? Maybe I'm too stupid, I'm too weak player to understand that. What is hiding behind this exchange to 27? I find it as a passive move. Maybe I will have the question to you, my dear viewers. Who would like to see as the guest on this broadcast the most? Who would you like to see as a guest, co-commentator with me on this stream the most? Can you please type someone in the comment? Maybe there will be some chance to fulfill what you would be asking, ladies and gentlemen. Who would you like you to see as my guest? Polish or world? Both. From Poland or from the world? Kuba Gazda. Kuba, if you speak English, you can join me, of course. Kuba Gazda was my teammate during the recent Team Polish Championship, and he gathered as many points as me. We both won 3 games and played 3 draws, and finally our team was on the 3rd place, so bronze medal, but of course ambitions were higher. We wanted to win it, but yeah, other teams were just better that time. Mr. Referee, you are covering the camera. You should be checking it from the other side, or maybe it's not the referee, maybe it is the viewer. I don't know if the viewers are possible there in Wageningen. I haven't mentioned that, but yeah, of course, those 2 games are played in Wageningen, the city that I had a pleasure to visit in the beginning of the year, January, meet some drafts people from the world, and also I have visited the University of Wageningen, which is really nice and really famous around the food topic. And it's astonishing. All the buildings, all the campus, it's really nice to visit. Some GMI or Tkachenko. Kuba Tkachenko. That's a person. That's a person. I don't know if I have the money to cover such a guest. About GMIs, of course, there are huge chances that Wouter Sipma will be my guest. About MI, there are huge chances that Ivan Antonenko will be my guest from the other side. For sure, there will be Marta Bańkowska and Natalia Sadowska among my guests. Tomorrow, Marta Bańkowska will join me in commenting those events, those games of world title matches. Going to women. Okay, oh, quite as expected, yeah. I was expecting this move 36-31, yeah, Scan suggested before 39-33, but now shows this 36-31, so this is obvious thing to play. 9-14, of course, Victoria wants to involve more pieces into this side of things, because even if her opponent will take the corner here, 25, then it would be never possible for black pieces to build this column 3-9-14 and exchange, because then piece 15 would just go to the king. So there is no point of holding this 9, because then 3 will have the possibility of going to 13, so you can simply just dedicate this 9 to go to this wing, and it's of course logical. And then Daria plays 31-26. This is something strange, because now Scan shows 12-17 as a good move with an advantage of black pieces. And what could be the reason of it? Is it this sacrifice and try to attack it? What would happen after this move, for example? Yeah, sacrifice and an attack. And the only move, because of course you can't cover because of this move, like for example here, black pieces win because they make a king that way. So yeah, after this move 31-26, now I understand. There is just not a nice tempo after this 12-17 to avoid this sacrifice. Even after this move, something like that, 40-48, I could just wait with this more and more. Okay, and now after that and that move, oh, that would be a winning position for black. Okay, so that is something interesting, because at first glance it's not looking that way. What's the idea of that? Oh, great idea! Great idea of removing this 13 to use it as a combination, this 15. So at this moment, this move that looks absolutely normally is losing because of this combination. So that's the use of the piece 17 and 6, which at first glance is not possible. Okay, so I love this variation. I love this variation, but it's very difficult to find. Yeah, this move is genius, brilliant. Of course, and it brings us to the fact that the only possibility of playing for white pieces is to exchange it. And this is something maybe that white pieces would not like to have in the game, because now after this move, this is very weak piece without 27. And this 28, of course. There could be some other combination possibilities, or just a breakthrough like this one and this one. And it is hard to avoid this possibility of sacrificing 2 and taking 2. Yeah, great, nice. And after this, you sacrifice 1, you sacrifice 2, you make a breakthrough, and you win the game. Yeah, and the other option is to take. So this is the best position that Daria Tkachenko could get from this position. Yeah, and after this, simple. Here, attack, forcing your opponent to exchange back, and you then develop the 6. Great move, absolutely brilliant. Yeah, to find this move, 12-17, great. But of course, with a time situation of Victoria Motrichko, is really tough to find this move, and after 2 minutes she decided to play 6-11. Because what grandmasters say, for example, if you are not able to calculate all the variations in the game, and you are not 100% sure of such a strange move, because at first glance it covers the way of 6, and if you are calculating not good, then you are just making a bad move. And you are not 100% sure, then you should leave this move and just choose another one. On the other hand, that could be a good idea from Daria Tkachenko, who immediately, take a look at time, she had 49 minutes 57 seconds, and after this move she had still over 49 minutes. So she left less than 1 minute to make this move, and she put the time pressure on her opponent. And this is definitely the strategy of Daria. If she fought longer, then it could be possible that Victoria Motrichko will calculate this move, yeah? But she forced her not to do it, and finally Victoria plays 6-11, the obvious move that is possible to find faster. So now we have such situation, ladies and gentlemen. 31 moves were made in the women's game and 14 moves to make, but Daria Tkachenko has 42 minutes for it, and Victoria Motrichko has 12 minutes 30 seconds for that. It means that Victoria Motrichko has less than 1 minute per one move. Getulio, Adrian Franek, hello, nice to see you, Adrian. Everyone can be displayed on the stream, so hello Adrian, and thank you for broadcasting English. You're welcome, Getulio. I just wished more Brazilian citizens could speak English and enjoy common streams, like for example, I know that Paulo Machado is making a great community there in Brazil, so we are playing not only the Brazilian drafts, but also, of course, international ones, but we are in Poland playing a lot of Brazilian drafts as well. So this is something that is really important in connecting our two nations, because we play in Poland Brazilian drafts, and sometimes in some nations the 100 squared checkers drafts, international ones, are called the Polish drafts, Polish checkers. So you can play Polish in Brazil and we can play Brazilian in Polish. That's a nice connection, in Poland of course. That's a nice connection. After this day, the table under me will be fulfilled with the result of the first round. What do you predict? What do you predict will be the result of this first round? What will be the result between the game, between the men and between the women? Can you let me know in the comments? What do you predict? What will be the result? We have less than 1 hour to the time control. So in less than 1 hour, both players of each game must make 45 or more moves. Otherwise, we will have the result of the first round. We will have the game decided. Please let me know what will be the result of the first round in your opinion. Who will win? Because if I would be predicting, now I think that Yuri Anikeev will fight for the draw, but I think that we can have a surprise among women. I think that we might have a surprise, and from this position I would prefer, despite the fact scan shows a small advantage of black pieces, yeah? I would prefer to have white pieces here. Daria's one. Domantas. Who are you supporting, Damian? Basically, I'm supporting drafts, checkers, of course, and as the commentator, I just want to be objective, you know, without supporting anyone. I'm just thinking that I will maybe not even share my predictions of the match, or maybe I will share it at some part of at some moments of the stream, but it's not like I'm supporting anyone, you know? It's without the support. But if you want to know, we just want to create a professional, good-looking standards in checkers, and we just want to create the possibility for the world champions to be recognizable, to earn a big money, because it is like that in different sports. Like, for example, bridge or chess, you have great prizes. You have, even in bridge, for example, if you don't have prizes, then it is possible that someone, some, you know, company owner, some businessman wants to play bridge against the world champion. They are invited to some congresses, to some events, and they earn a lot of money from that. And that's the reason, ladies and gentlemen, why we want to find some community to attract important and wealthy people. And there is a possibility, for example, on checkersTV website to buy trainings with Victoria and Yuri, the current world champions, maybe the current still after the matches. We will see in less than 2 weeks, but we want those people to earn a good, serious money. So the prices are not low, but I think that this is the future, this is the idea, and we must just create it, because they spent their entire life on trying to play better, on trying to get to this point that everyone wants to get. So they deserve to earn a lot of money from that, and that's the way why I support the progress, development of the draft surrounding community. That's the biggest goal in that. Kuba Gazda thinks that gentlemen will play a draw and ladies 0-2. So you think, Kuba, that Victoria will play the victory in this first round? Okay, it will be quite difficult probably. Now after, quite difficult, but of course possible. We know that. After this move from Daria Tkachenko, 44-40, so she is following the plan that I assumed before, and probably will play for this corner. When you are playing for the corner 26 with the last piece, there is another thing to consider, which is exit 28-22, like a guesstem. Because sometimes it can be problematic, because after going to 26 there is exit to 17. On the other hand, Scan suggests now to play this exchange. And I think that this exchange gives us the position that white pieces can't lose anymore. And whoa, this move, while this is possible, I would never like to play that, I think, because the possibility of making a breakthrough would be such an easy one. But maybe that would give Victoria some quick moves. Oh, so I changed my mind. Now I feel that it smells like a draw. But maybe with some problems for black even. Oh, it's really interesting. If Daria will choose to play this exchange 27-21. Oleg Shevchuk, Anikeev, Motrichko and Usyk wins their matches. When Usyk fights the closest one. Don't you think that more cameras could be added to this match from above the side players to better see the emotions? I definitely think you are right, Domantas. Especially during the world title matches, when you have the possibility of, you know, covering just few players and not many of them. Yeah, but it also, you know, the reason of some organization, I would not say the problems, I would not say the issues, but conditions of organizing it, because I know some important sponsors switched off from the competition. There were some issues, and you know, when the most important thing is to hold the competitions anyway, then you must cut some things, yeah, reduce the costs, etc. But that would be great, of course, to have more cameras closer to the faces, etc., like it is in the chess match. but let's be honest, we don't have the budgets as chess players have, but I hope that we will have in the future, and I'll try, and my co-workers, companions, to do the best we can to improve it. That's the goal, of course, that's the goal, to create the checkers and drafts community and surrounding to play, conditions to play as they deserve, as we wanted, because yeah, you spent entire life to play checkers. I played drafts and checkers since I was 4, now I'm 35, so over 3 decades of playing, and only MF title, Federal Master, and of course from some time I am focusing on other things than playing, but still. It's a huge part of your life that you dedicate to some sport, to some area, and it should be paid off well, and it should be recognized by more people, and it should come with other benefits. That's my point of view. You can share it, you can have the different one. If you have the different one, of course, share it as well in the comments if you don't want to be eaten by other people, but you won't be, of course. Everyone can say, what is your point of view? Okay, do we have a decision of Jan Groenendijk? Yeah, we do. Some moves played. Gentlemen just needed to speed up a little. After the first attack was prepared, the first defense was prepared. Obvious attack to 31, of course, yeah? In such situation, you have two possibilities of attacking here to 31 or here to 32. When you attack to 32, you develop opponent's side piece or edge piece, yeah? So this is something that helps your opponent. Because this piece from 11 can go only in this direction or this direction, yeah? Meanwhile, this 12 can go more central, here, on this line, etc. So it is better to attack that direction to 31 and force your opponent to defend it that way. And after this 41, 47, 8, 12, and you can see that 1, 2, 3 attacks still can be made by white pieces, and 3 defenders can come to 18, to this spot. So it's not like Anikeev is losing a piece, but now Jan Groenendijk is not wanting to attack it anymore, in my opinion. He's just playing 43, 39. So his idea will be to build something like this column that I mentioned before, and maybe even this column with supportive piece 29. It would mean that it would not be possible anymore for Anikeev to cover those squares, 18 or 19, because it would come with attack to 22 or this sacrifice to 23. There is another idea of going with this exchange, 12, 17, exchanging, but there is a possibility of making 3 attacks that other direction after removing 11, yeah? So this is what Yuri Anikeev creates in this game. So still, I think that this exchange to 27 was a very passive from Yuri Anikeev, and maybe he was afraid that going 21, 26, just from this position before this exchange, that going here to 26 would be even more passive than this variation, and there would be a huge chance that this position with this move 33, 29 appeared, and maybe Yuri was just afraid of playing this position against Jan Groenendijk. Because this is not a move for a victory. This is not a move for winning the game. The move that Yuri has played. In my opinion, of course. So it creates the position slightly better for white according to Scan, according to how I feel this position. Any news on holding Polish Cup next year? Is the situation between two federations, how it's called in Poland, getting better? Honestly, I'm not inside of it, and I'm not the decisive part of it in the future. Of course, we have a new board in Poland. I'm no longer a president of Polish Draughts Federation, so it's not my decision. I don't know. I'm not into it, yeah? Domantas. I hope there will be this tournament. I hope it will be taken and everyone can come to Poland and play, but I can't tell that it will definitely happen. I just can't. And what about this move in such position? It looks at first glance like it is possible. This. What's the idea of this move? That after this move 44-37, there would be a possibility of making this exchange. Because if now Jan attacks, then there is this move and there is exchange to 4-2. Position is open, position is equal, and I think players would agree for a draw. Few more moves later. And on the other hand, it's not possible to exchange here, of course, because there is 1-4-2. And after this attack, there is possible. Oh, there is even this possibility, yeah, of exchanging 2-4-2. And of course, white pieces exchange forward, gaining many times that way. But after this move, it's difficult to push this position forward. So I think this is the first move that comes to my head, and it looks quite good, I think. Computer says it is possible to exchange it even now, because after this one you can always sacrifice this your outpost for a moment and retake it with this attack. You can push your opponent a bit back with this sacrifice. If you tried, on the other hand, to defend it, then it will be taken anyway with a second attack, because now if you come, then finally you have a time to build this column. And now it can be defended two ways, not only by making this exchange 2-4-2 back, but also exchange forward. That's the power of column, and this possibility of saving your pieces with a columns, of saving pieces from attacks, I explained in many videos on the channel checkersTV, so feel free to find the videos if you are the beginner and you would like to have some basic knowledge about the game. So I think one of those two moves will be chosen by Yuri Anikeev, especially taking into the account the fact that he is down to 21 minutes. So Yuri Anikeev must make 16 moves in 21 minutes. It's not the worst time, of course, but yeah. And there is this exchange as expected. So he calculated already everything. Okay. So this plan brings this position to quite a quick draw, in my opinion. There is one eye too much, Kuba. Sometimes in Netherlands people spell and write Anikeev with this additional I, because, from the Russian or Ukrainian language, there is ye letter and not I-E. There is ye just, and just to replace it, it is sometimes covered with I-E and not only E. So that's reasonable how it is in the table. So the Dutch technicals just wrote it that way, and I kept it the same way. I do expect a quick draw in the gentleman's game, after that what happened in the game. And another thing that is interesting in this position is if the position will be open, like for example 8x8 pieces, will they play till the end, or will they just agree for a draw? Because on tournaments, I think usually they would just agree for a draw. And Jan quickly attacks, and Yuri goes to defend this piece. Will Jan push him now back by sacrificing 21-17, or will he just try to attack again? So we have the forced simplifications from both sides. Maybe that was the plan Yuri Anikeev did have already, playing 21 for 27. But like I mentioned, that was not the plan for the victory. That was just the plan to have a simple and maybe forced to a draw game. Okay, let's go to ladies. What's going on there? Okay, we don't have much updates here. Okay, and this 27-21 would be the move that we showed us before, that would probably give Daria a drawing position, maybe easier play even, but she's not going for that. Daria Tkachenko plays, after thinking a long time, after thinking 11 minutes, she plays 40 to 35. And what I think right now, maybe Viktoria Motrichko wanted her to play this 27-21 move. Maybe. Because that would create in the game more and more moves before the time control. And now after this one, 40 to 35, if Viktoria exchanged here, then she would have this closed classical position. And looks like a better idea for Viktoria, because probably she has more tempos here, less free moves. You can see already that this is similar, yeah? But here, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 safe moves, and here 1, 2, 3, and it's starting to get worse for black, yeah? So black pieces in that kind of position, in this particular situation, of course, are not wanting to have closed classical position. So maybe this is something that Daria expected her opponent to play, 17-21. Despite of that, Viktoria chooses right, because Viktoria is choosing to break this position, to make this double exchange, and now this position is extremely difficult and risky for white pieces. It would be better if this piece 16 would still be held on 11 or 6, because then it would come with this possibility of 4 to 10 and king to 22 and capture to 37, yeah, and that would be a winning position already in many different positions. If you had, for example, a piece here even on the 11, okay, not on the 11 maybe, because there is this possibility, okay, you would need 2 pieces to have a winning position. But still, after this 11-16, without this combination possibility, it is quite difficult for white pieces to play it. Because, for example, after this 38-33 and removing this column 38 to 27, there is just this attack. And white pieces are pushed back, yeah? And more area, more space is controlled by dark pieces here. Despite the fact that those are free edge pieces, controlled by this column, because you can't play to 45 because there is 1 for 2, this is controlling a lot of space on this wing. And that's the problem. That's the problem for white pieces. That's the reason why scan shows half a piece of advantage for Viktoria Motrichko at this moment. So only 10 moves are required to be made before the time control. Less than 9 minutes on Viktoria's clock, but she is having around 1 minute per move till the time control. But slowly, Daria is going down. She is now down to 25 minutes. And I think that after this exchange of Viktoria, she will realize that she could have taken another plan before. Because now, this 27-29 is a very problematic thing, because after this there is a threat, 24-29, and I think that Daria must calculate it in any possible variation of the game, yeah? And after this move that is forced, you just make an exchange forward, and maybe a drawing one, but very, very riskful position for white pieces. You can see how active the dark pieces will be here. Huge problems for Daria Tkachenko. So in the key moment of the game, probably she has chosen the wrong plan. It was better probably to exchange 27-21. So now it is expected that Daria will push her back by forcing this exchange back. 65 votes in our poll at this moment. Viktoria Motrichko and Groenendijk favorites, but down to 49%. And Anikeev Motrichko 34%. Okay. So everyone thinks that Motrichko, almost everyone, the biggest part of you, of course. And after 49-44, then maybe not. But maybe it would hold somehow anyway. Troesoe, thank you very much. I don't know how to pronounce your nickname, but thank you very much for subscribing, following the Twitch channel. Just to remind you, we are live on Twitch and YouTube. YouTube channel checkersTV and Twitch TV Checkers on the other hand. What would be the best after 49-44? Just wait, and what after this move? Playable as well. Yeah, but holding this 38 gives you this possibility, because this is not possible because of Philip coup and winning of white pieces. So without that, that move would be possible. Yeah, I would prefer black pieces, of course. It looks nice. Once again, a lot of space controlled by white pieces, and that way black push white pieces in this position. Huge chance of winning such positions. But what happened? 38-43, and almost immediately after half a minute, Victoria Motrichko, the current world champion, plays 17-22, probably the best move in the position, forcing her opponent to exchange back. Meanwhile, looking at the gentleman game, Jan Groenendijk decided to sacrifice this piece already. So he didn't want to make another exchange with another attack and defense. So after 40-27, 7-12 was played, 47-30 to 12-18. Okay, and 44-39. So once again, after breaking the position and opening it, we have a small developmental phase. To be honest, I don't know how to play with white pieces to be secured with an area to play, because controlling 16, 17 and 18 gives some possibilities for Yuri Anikeev to go to control 22, 21 and then maybe even 27, which would be the final and total control on the left wing of white. So it can happen that way, that at some moment of the endgame of this duel, those two pieces, 25-15, will be the edge pieces, giving some difficult circumstances for whites. Of course, at this moment, computer engine indicates the draw, but everything can happen. Everything can happen. What are your predictions now about the results? 12 minutes for Jan Groenendijk, so he spent some time on finding the plan, and 17 minutes on Yuri Anikeev's clock. I suppose now it could be directly exactly what Yuri Anikeev wanted to get on this week, on this wing, to exchange pieces and to have some open, simple position. After all, saying that again, I think both players just don't want to lose the first game of the World Championship match. I think both players, and among women, among men, just don't want to lose the game. But it is possible that we will see some decisive moments in it, of course. But at this moment, I think it's more possible that Victoria against Daria will be decided. At this moment, I think that Daria is losing too much time, and this is some issue that happens to me many times in the games, because one of my key plans for the games is to have a good time control, a good time management. I play openings fast because my attitude is you don't win the games in the openings. So I just want to leave for myself more time for the end games and middle game and late middle game, the most crucial moments of the games. And let's say I have 20-30 minutes advantage over my opponent, and then my opponent creates more difficult position, is forced to play faster, and then that's the time that I start to use the bank of the time that I've prepared for this moment of the game. And if I can't find the good solutions for myself, so when I get, for example, the worse position than my opponent, I try to spend as much time as I can to find the right next moves. And if I go below my opponent, then psychologically, it's a problem. It's a huge problem. And I think it is possible that despite the fact that Daria Tkachenko has 10 minutes more than Victoria at this moment, in few minutes I think Victoria can have shorter time. I think that in few minutes Daria can have shorter time than Victoria, despite the fact she had over half an hour of advantage. That's my prediction for this game, you know? She knows she got passive position, now she spent already 7 minutes for the move. Probably the logical plan is to play 34-29, because if your opponent is pushing you back, then you can push back your opponent, and after 8-13 you have another exchange. But yeah, dark pieces are controlling 24 with this one, despite the fact it is in the back direction. And if white would try to control this 27, it is just very simple piece to play against. Yeah, like this one, for example, you build a column, you can exchange it, you can attack it at some point. It's really easy to play against this piece if it is not supported with other pieces. That could be the problem for Daria Tkachenko in this game. Oh, very interesting move. I would never expect this move, to be honest. 13-19. So is it like Yuri wants to take the control over the second wing that we expected? Or he wants to go to 23? It doesn't make any sense. What is this move for? This, or just to stay? Because, you know, on the other hand, that was the part of this column. 4 is the piece you never want to develop because it holds 15 all the time. You don't want to let your opponent break through. There are, of course, some positions in the endgames when it is necessary to move 4 despite the fact of your opponent having 15, but it is not that position yet. Very interesting move it is, indeed. If I was the one to try to understand it, I should spend much more time on it. Because at this moment I can't tell. Maybe you have an idea. If you have, let me know in the chat. On YouTube, on Twitch, feel free. Thank you very much for all the subscriptions, all the thumbs up under the video. Keep in mind that it is very important if you want to promote drafts all over the world. YouTube and Twitch and other social algorithms work like that. If you like the content, then I will promote it. So you must click the likes on Facebook, on Instagram, on YouTube, everywhere, on each social media, TikTok and others, because that way algorithm will see that you like this content, and this content is worth to promote, and it will be then promoted to other people, other countries, other social groups, like for example chess lovers, and so on and so on, and that way we will build a community. It is the responsibility of us all to leave the thumbs up, likes, etc., and to share, of course. So if you think this broadcast looks good, gives you some interesting valuable information, Skirox, thank you very much for subscribing the Twitch. Quick answer to my request. If you think those broadcasts are valuable, feel free to click the share button, share that on Facebook, show people what you are interested in, how good checkers can look, because I hope this view, this overlay is something that is worth to share and show to the people. Waiting for the decision. We have the decision from Daria Tkachenko, ladies and gentlemen. So she... No, we don't have. I thought that she played 39-21, but she hasn't yet. I told you that Daria will have worse time than Victoria, and another 4 minutes she spent right now on thinking. Another 4 minutes. So maybe it will happen right now. Meanwhile, after longer analyze, scan shows 0.6. And you know what? This game will be very interesting, so I will update it in the Turbo Dumbbase 12 program. Perhaps it is still not on the market, but thanks to Class Bor I have the possibility of following this game. Okay, I have some moves to update here. This is a different computer, then I would just use the PDN file, but I don't want my computer to be too exhausted here. It was 17, 37, 31, and then okay, Daria played 34-29 as expected. And immediately after, oh, she decided to capture here. I don't understand this decision from Daria. It doesn't make any sense. Because this position will appear anyhow, yeah? And if you can capture here, and that way your opponent can't avoid this, then it is something that requires from your opponent, you know, calculating this exchange into your other calculations. And it makes it even slightly, but slightly more difficult for your opponent. And if you capture that way like Daria, then you help your opponent to calculate from this position directly, yeah? Or maybe she is just hoping for this move to happen, yeah? That Victoria will play it fast and she will lose 2-4-2, because there is no other sense of capturing the way Daria has captured, in my opinion. Okay, 37-31 it was. Let's go, double exchange. Yeah, King's Row also saw the move 12-17 from few moves ago. That was something, definitely. 11-17 was played in move 32. Okay, it's quite interesting because Victoria in that position plays 18-23, and Scan says that advantage of black pieces is 0.6. Meanwhile, King's Row says it's 0.14, now 0.12 on the depth of 25 moves. So it means that, okay, dark pieces have an advantage, but a slight one, yeah? That was a logical move on one side, 18-23, because of course there is not a possibility of building a column to exchange this piece, but Daria has a possibility to cover this 27 important square. Otherwise, without this 23, it is quite easy to build the column here and exchange, for example, and attack the wing. For example, in one of the variants that I mentioned before. At this moment we are just 18 minutes from the time control. So in 18 minutes both sides must make at least 45 moves, otherwise they will lose on time. I don't expect to see anything like that, but it will be interesting. Now you can see that advantage of black pieces grows and grows. At this moment is 0.6. But Scan says differently. Scan says it is 0.15. 5 moves to be made. 5 moves to be made. Girls speeded it up. Scan says that 12, 15, 17 and King's Row as well was more accurate right now. What is the question? What is the difference after this and this? Okay, such moves of course are not possible. Such attacks will also not be possible because the plan of the breaking through maybe will be possible. I think this 12-17 will be necessary just after covering 38 by white pieces. Maybe before that it is possible to play against it. We'll see, but it looks like girls are just having everything under control according to the time. Meanwhile, gentlemen, Jan Groenendijk, Yuri Anikeev, what did we have here? After the move 14 to 19, perhaps, according to this plan of controlling 24, Jan played 33-29, so the game went in the direction I haven't expected. And then 11-17, what was about this move 19-23? Just covering it, and after next move, the possibility of locking your opponent in the center? Looks like a risky plan to play. So at this moment this was looking right, and 38-33, this move looked okay. Despite the fact of so many holes. Yeah, in the late middle phase, you just want to create from your opponent, from your pieces, a position that is flexible. So you want to give yourself a chance to create many different structures from your position, because you don't know yet, many times, if you want this column working, or if you don't want this column working, or if you want this plan. Yeah, so this 32-28 is more accurate move, I think, according to the flexibility of the position, because this stops you from making this column, for example. But of course, this is a grandmaster. Sometimes you just make during the game decisions that will allow you to make other decisions easier. Yeah, so you invest your moves into the future moves sometimes. 9-13, and in this case, when you did have 6 minutes for 7 minutes, 6 minutes for 7 moves in the first World Championship title game, I think it is very understandable that not all the moves will be chosen as the best ones, but they are just logical for the next moves. And 3-9, okay. Interesting position. And what will that bring? Because, okay, computer engine shows it is a perfect draw, but of course, sometimes it can be that way, that computer engine shows one perfect lay of drawing the way or line of drawing the game, and it's really difficult to find it when you are a human, of course. So that time we assume that one side has a better position. But in that case, there are many different plans for black pieces, like exchanging 18-23, simply going to an 18-22, or just developing 16-21 at this moment. But I think that's... ooh la la. So according to Scan, that was an inaccuracy from Jan Groenendijk, ladies and gentlemen. So Scan says us that this piece should stay here on 36. Why? Let's try to understand it. So according to Scan, this is what Yuri Anikeev should have played now. Maybe should play, because still can. 36-39 in this exchange, 36-31. And what now? After such moves like this is the possibility. Oh, and that's interesting, because, for example, this attack comes with sacrifice and this attack. So that's the problem of this piece 31. And this is winning endgame for black. And that would force white to play something like that. Yeah, with this threat, white would go to 26. And after this, that would be very uncomfortable endgame for white pieces, I think. After that, probably, yeah, it is necessary to sacrifice a piece, and that would be maybe a draw, but very uncomfortable game to play. So that maybe was the thing, the move that lets Yuri Anikeev to make a breakthrough on the left wing of white. I think it is very possible right now. I think that was an inaccuracy from Jan Groenendijk. Unexpected one. And after this move 41-46, Jan must make 5 more moves in less than 3 minutes. That's a very important moment of the game, of course. I know that after 18-23 that will probably happen because it's a very logical move to get some tempos, to speed up the attack of the wing and to have the possibility of going to 24. Jan will get additional move by capturing 29-18, but still 4 more moves to be made. I think it gets very, very interesting. 8 minutes 30 seconds on Yuri Anikeev clock. Daria Tkachenko, Victoria Motrichko. Meanwhile, what do we have here? Daria played 49-44 and 8-13. 43-38. Still, this position looks like it's under control of Victoria Motrichko. 3 minutes on Ukrainian side of time and 7 minutes 45 seconds on the Dutch one, which is of course Daria's one, and probably the only move to play is here 44-40, because after such attack 33-28 you will always get an attack of the wing, and those pieces 17 and 16 are just protecting the wing well. Because in case of this attack you exchange back and your opponent must make a lot of moves to try to break through on the wing. So absolutely logical move, only logical move could be this one, because on the other hand, if Daria waits with such things, then she will also face the attack of the wing. This is more accurate actually. So problems for Daria Tkachenko and Jan Groenendijk, ladies and gentlemen. Maybe unexpected problems, but here we are, maybe in positions that can decide the games. There are chances, not the 0 ones, to have 2 decided games in the first round of the competition. That would be something unexpected by many people. That would be something, ladies and gentlemen, if we would have 2 decisive games in the first round of the matches. But Daria Tkachenko decreases the chances for that, playing the right move to play 40-40. And now, without being blocked on the wing, probably Victoria will play 30-35, and to cover this wing, Daria will play this exchange, and that will calm down the situation in the ladies' game. I think this is highly possible that this continuation will happen. Then ladies will be after the move 45 in the right moment, in the right time, and will have the increment. The increment in those games is 30 minutes plus 30 seconds per move. Yeah, we have decision from Yuri Anikeev as expected. He is exchanging 18-23, and that creates problems. But this time scan shows that's really interesting about the evaluation. Yeah, this is the best move. So after this capture, scan shows 0.7 advantage of black pieces, and after Yuri takes, scan just shows a draw. So this is the right move to play in this position. Probably that will be the best option to defend the wing. Yeah. After this one and this one, there are such attacks. So I don't think that Jan will play such move like 39-34, but on the other hand, he must make 4 more moves, ladies and gentlemen. Jan Groenendijk must make 4 more moves till the time control, and he has now 1 minute 45 seconds. 1 minute 45 seconds on Jan Groenendijk's clock, but he is playing the right move. Yeah, such positions for the Grandmaster are just a piece of cake. So both players, under the time pressure, have chosen the right continuations. So I think now more possible is to have 2 draws and not 2 decisive games in this competition. But still, many things can happen. Everything can happen, actually. Judion, what about 1420, but in which moment? Because I didn't see the exact time you wrote that, because now we don't have 1420, and here 1420 there was some combination, you think? Like even before that? Oh, you mean this exchange, a combination for 2? I didn't see it even. Yeah, there is a chance of just making a breakthrough that way. Quite a fast one. Yeah, so probably after short calculation, Anikeev knew that it will be a draw and didn't play that. A draw, and maybe even it will be easier to play by white pieces. In such options, yeah, you can't go to the king because this king will be trapped already. After such moves, the same. Not so flexible king. For such grandmasters, probably it is easy to calculate, and maybe that was the reason of this move by Jan Groenendijk, to give his opponent at first a chance to analyze this variation and spend some time on it, and the second one is to maybe feel that he will be the one standing as a bit better in the endgame, maybe. Anikeev down to 3 minutes 30 seconds, and there are still moves that must be made, ladies and gentlemen. Time flies, and it's time to make some decision. You see also on the live board that from time to time it is updated, the clock, and we have the move 913. 913, after which you can see the advantage of white pieces grows. Last look at the ladies' position. So after 44-40 there was an attack, 30-45 there was an exchange, and we are at this moment with a simple position, with a calm position, and we are just after time control. So the thing that bothers us most is here. $39.34. You can see the indication grows for white pieces. Anikeev, 3 moves to go and only 2 minutes to go. And that could be the most important moment of the game. We still don't have an increment after each move. We will have it after the move number 45. Ladies are just in the safe zone, but gentlemen are not yet. It looks like there was a better move for Anikeev according to what scan engine says. For me it's not possible to fully calculate this position, but yeah. After 1621 it looks like this 34-29 looks fine, and Yuri just must calculate if this position, and for example this exchange, gives him a good position or not, because he is limited. He is limited here inside the central part of the board. And it's very risky that somewhere will be some sticky move like this one, for example. And you know, it's not easy to predict this position and calculate that it is a draw, because sometimes those pieces that are held by other pieces are so easy to attack from behind, yeah? And it's not possible to calculate it all. But probably something like that will happen, because what else to play? Now, with this threat, 1823, is this move possible? Yeah, it's not working. It's not working because after this one there is this move, this sacrifice, you go to a king. So we will see this move 34-29 immediately from Jan. Yeah, we have seen it already. And now, the move 44, the move number 44, yeah, goes for this exchange. So Yuri Anikeev decided that this is the easier variation to play, but it's always an exchange back. It's always giving your opponent some kind of initiative in this position. It's always pushing yourself back. It makes your position standing farther from the king, for example. Which way Jan decides to take? That will be the move number 45 for both players. This exchange. So for Yuri it will be simple because now Jan must choose the final move. He has 30 seconds for that. 30 seconds. If he has forgotten to make the move, he loses the game. But I don't expect that. Jan probably will make the final decision of the first phase of the game. "12 seconds. 5 seconds. And he takes from 26, which is recommended by the scan. And we have capture, capture. That was the move number 45, ladies and gentlemen. And after this move number 45, both players got additional 30 minutes. And now after each move made, there will be an increment of 30 seconds on their clock. They will get additional 30 seconds after each move of the upcoming game. Till that moment, those games did have the moments, interesting plans. Daria Tkachenko now plays against Victoria Motrichko from this position. As usually, after the time control, when we get to the position, usually players spend much more time on the first moves before they choose to play other moves. Because of course now having the bank of the time, you can allow yourself to think a bit more and make the right calculations to choose the best plan. So now after the time control we will have some time of thinking, not making the moves, just calculating everything properly, because it is possible. For us as the viewers, as the commentator, it is also the time to chill a little and take a small break. I just don't want to devastate my throat talking all the time, so I will leave you for a few minutes. We'll have a cup of tea and we'll be back and we'll see how those championship games end. I'll be back in a few minutes. We are back, ladies and gentlemen. World title matches. 2 matches between the best players around the world. Yuri Anikeev, the current world champion from Ukraine, and the pretender Jan Groenendijk, the runner-up vice world champion from Netherlands, playing against each other. And on the other table, the top women in the world, Victoria Motrichko, current world champion from Ukraine, against Daria Tkachenko, vice world champion representing Netherlands. And those matches are held from December 19 to 30, 31. It depends on if we are going to have tiebreaks or not. Held in Netherlands in Wageningen, the great and well-known city known for draughts players. So this is the current situation that is after 46 moves among women, and this is the current situation among men. And the thing that we have had played already, 29-24, this exchange made by Jan Groenendijk, sorry. This is something that is recommended, of course, for the position of white, but let's try to understand why. I think this is the way to use this 15 checker, because otherwise if you play here 48-42, there is this move, and if you exchange now, then you have a possibility of making this move, for example. Okay, but it's maybe not working the best one. But here that would be a slight advantage for black pieces. Okay, but the idea, I think, without moving this 48, just after this exchange, is that if you have such move 11-17, then after such options, okay, still it would work, but it would create the column. So this is something that I forgot, because there is not a sticky move, because you must take here. But this idea of using the sticky move with the piece 15 in both games, here and here, can be used, can be still used. So we have the situation 1, 2, 3, 4, 6 against 6 pieces among men, and 7 against 7 pieces among women. How do you predict the result now? The tension is a bit lower, but still it creates the possibilities of making some mistakes. Sometimes even such things can happen, like you have this additional 30 minutes, and many times players just make the mistake in the first move after the time increment, because some pressure is released, but some pressure is building again, because you are, after all, in the final part of the game, in the final phase of it. Interesting. Victoria Motrichko plays 3-8 after a long time of thinking. The idea of scan was immediately trying to attack again this wing. Meanwhile, Victoria played this 3-8 move, and quite quickly, after 3 minutes of thinking, Daria Tkachenko answers with this move, 50-45. Yeah, and what after such possibility? Okay. In case of attack, there is always an exchange forward, so there is nothing to worry about, but this piece 3 perhaps was taken by Victoria to hold it on 12 and not to let her opponent to break through. And in this case, there would be even a slight more bigger advantage for dark pieces. For me, it's hard to understand this move, to be honest, because this piece 50 is considered as the best defender on the right wing. So if you have the possibility of having this wing attacked after all, then why the heck move this piece from 50? How to understand that? 50-45. Ten minutes on thinking just spent by Yuri Anikeev in this position. I try to see how King's Row sees this position, if there are any chances or not. By the end, in the new Turbo Dam base program, where when you have the end games, there is the possibility of having arrows showing all the drawing moves, all the losing moves, or all the winning moves. This is a really nice feature, because if there are more than one variant, then immediately you see all the right moves. That is one of the things that I really love about this new Turbo Dam base version. Despite others, of course. So, dear King's Row, what do you see and what do you say about this position? Slight advantage of white pieces, 0.1. For King's Row it's a bit more than for Scan, if you see similar advantage here or here. Usually it's like that, Scan sees 0.6 and King's Row sees equal position or 0.1. So at this moment, after bigger depth of 29 moves, 30 moves right now, King's Row sees 0.03, so exactly a draw. Looks like nothing more can happen, but if it was right and if everyone has played like a computer, then everyone would just agree for a draw and wouldn't play anymore. But of course, when Grandmasters spend 10 or more minutes on the next moves, it means there are many things that can still happen. Victoria Motrichko down to 13 minutes. Once again we have the same scenario as in the first phase of the duel. I forgot to turn off the audio. I don't know if it disturbs you or not. I'll just turn it off. Once again we have the same situation, like Daria Tkachenko is trying after the time control to play quite fast, to put some time pressure under, to put her opponent under some time pressure, and it works because Victoria Motrichko is down to 12 minutes and 50 seconds at this moment of the game. Daria Tkachenko meanwhile has 32 minutes, so yeah, Daria has 20 minutes more in this position if we compare the time after the full move, which is the black pieces move. It means that over 20 minutes already time advantage for Daria Tkachenko there is, and can be more. Of course, now after each move players get 30 seconds, additional 30 seconds increments, but it's not much. It's not much for the World Championship game if you are in the end game having only the increment of each move. because you must still make a notation, you must still write the moves of you and of your opponent. So let's say that during one move you lose about 5 seconds for it, then you have some disturbance in thinking process also according to the notation, and you must find the best move, not losing one. And if you have an opportunity to winning, you must find a winning move. It's not easy, ladies and gentlemen. It's not easy. It's the first day of the World Championship matches, and we are here for next at least 11 days without this day. So till December 30, it is sure that you will have the possibility of following the games here on checkersTV in English and also on Twitch TV Checkers. Second one that you can find the link to, for example, in the description. Also in the description, you can find the links if you would like to support the channel and the streams and the projects that are realized by us. You can make a donation. Of course, feel free to do it. Thank you for all the ways of supporting us. You can find the official website of the competition, and also you can find the Dutch language stream, which is on KNDB YouTube channel. There you have analysis, for example, of such stars like today, Ton Sabrons, together commenting the event with Esther van Muyen. Which move will Victoria choose? But whichever she will choose, she should do it a bit faster, because now she's down to 10 minutes. 9:40. Going to gentlemen's game, similar situation for Yuri Anikeev. So the same thing has happened in the first phase of the game. We did have some time issues on the Ukrainian side. Yuri Anikeev now down to 15 minutes. I'm thinking about Ivan maybe as the future guest of the streams. Just to remind you, for people who joined us, in the next streams we will have such guests like tomorrow Marta Bańkowska, who was the European vice champion. We will have Natalia Sadowska, both from Poland of course, and top women's players in the world, next to Daria Tkachenko and Victoria Motrichko, of course. And we'll have also Wouter Sipma, Grandmaster International from the Netherlands, colleague of Jan Groenendijk from Team NL, and we will have Ivan Antonenko as one of the future guests. Also Mark van der Ploeg, would be nice to join him among the guests. He is now at classes, learning new things. I just don't want to tell too much. But guests are also a big value of such streams, and from tomorrow on I hope those guests will join me. Finally we have the decision, 14-19 by Yuri Anikeev. Yeah, recommended move, so calculated well. I think that from such position it can be calculated to the very end by the players on this level. And I think this 33-29 is a very expected move, because it gives simple solutions for white and already the possibility of knowing that it is at least a drawing position for white and not losing one. The game for two results, for winning or for drawing. Hello Wojtek Wołczak. To do, quick update please, to those who can't watch it live all the way. So basically, time issues for Ukraine, Yuri Anikeev down to, as you could see, 14 minutes, but this position, after his calculations, should be just a draw. And I think that slight advantage is on Jan Groenendijk's side, but it's not enough to win the game against Grandmaster International. So the game should end in a draw. Among men and among women, it looks like the position is judged as a draw, but after this 10 minutes of thinking from Victoria Motrichko, maybe there are some slight chances that there will be some interesting moments still in the game. But I think that in 90% it will end in a draw as well. Hello, hello, Wojciech. Thank you for this heart. Sorry for not using Polish, just as being the official English language transmission broadcast of the event. I will try to use the English language all the time. But about different languages, it is possible for you to turn on the automatic captions, and then you can translate English language to any language you want, thanks to YouTube automatic options. And what is going on YouTube to be in the future, I believe near future, will be the automatic dubbing. That will be nice, because it will be possible for the algorithms, AI maybe, to automatically translate your voice, not only the subtitles, to different languages. I know that it should be run from the very most popular languages, like for example Spanish one, Italian, French, etc. But in the future, I hope all the languages will be covered. Is it true that Kuba was the strong point of Gniezno during the Team Polish Championship? I don't agree. I don't agree, Wojciech. I think he was normal. He was average, but he was not a strong one. He collected, after all, as many points as me, but it wasn't enough. I expected from him at least 2 more points. For example, what did he do against Błonie? Against Lipno. He played against Mateusz Niczyporuk. He made a combination. He should win it. Then we would have the silver medal probably. And what else? What against Błonie? Who did he play against Błonie? Not against Karol Dudkiewicz, so against Staku, against Jakub Stacewicz, of course, yeah. Dear sir, I admit I don't know you. Can you maybe introduce yourself? Ken Donders. Yes, sure, absolutely. So my name is Damian. I have a federal master title. I play international drafts since I was 10 and checkers or drafts since I was 4. I was 4-time my country champion when I was the youngest one at age of 18, for example. I participated in the international tournaments from the age of 10 or 11. So over 2 decades of that, from 2021 I was the president of Polish Drafts or Checkers Federation. I'm the coach, I'm the promoter, I'm running the YouTube channel in my domestic Polish language since 2019, and I'm trying to introduce drafts to wider audience. I also started in Poland the program of teaching the school teachers how to play drafts. So I think I spent quite a time around checkers, around drafts, and still more time to do it. I hope this introducing myself is just enough, but thank you for asking, by the way. I hope that more people watching the stream knows me already, but from time to time I can say a few words about me. For 45-40, that was the decision of Daria Tkachenko in this position. So the evaluation holds at the same level of 0.2 in the favor of black pieces. Looks like a game that after this attack and this exchange is winning by black pieces, of course, sorry, because of not having any structures, any columns. Here, the first variation, for example, this one. This is something that Daria Tkachenko must be careful about, but after this attack, 17-22, she must make this exchange 2-for-2 back. It looks like it is better for black, and definitely it is, but it's not winning. It's not winning at any variation. So that way it would end in a draw. And Victoria Motrichko plays the best move probably to put some pressure. After all, that way she gives her opponent the possibility to make this mistake, to make this exchange that is losing probably. I don't expect to see it, as Daria Tkachenko has a lot of time to think, to find the best move. Damian, how do you feel? Who will be the world champion? I don't want to say what are my predictions at the moment of the match. I just want to be objective as the commentator, and I have my predictions, of course, but I will not share it. But who do you think will be the next world champion among men and women? As Natalia Sadowska was the 9th world champion, then Victoria Motrichko was the 10th world champion. So at this moment, Daria Tkachenko has 4 titles and Victoria has only 1. So we won't have a new world champion among women, but we can have a new world champion among men, because if Jan Groenendijk wins the title, he will be the new world champion. Then we would have similar situation as in chess, as Gukesh has become the new world champion for the first time in his life, as the 18 years old. Similar chances were for Jan when he played against Rul Boomstra for the first time. It was 2015 or 16, and he is born in 97. How old was he during the first match? Now I expect more time spent on thinking. Okay. So as you can see, Daria Tkachenko chooses the good move, not the losing one. The position simplifies, we have only 5 pieces against 5 pieces, and here probably nothing can happen. Despite of the slight advantage of dark pieces, it is a draw, probably. Let's see how things are going among gentlemen and what has happened. Yeah, 33-29 as expected, 16-21, and here we have just the first variation. With this sacrifice of 2 pieces, and Yuri Anikeev without 2 pieces goes to a king. In many different variations we did have a similar situation where there was a possibility of sacrificing 2 pieces and going to the king by black pieces. So here we have 6 pieces against 4 pieces, and of course Yuri is just 2 squares from the king. But if Scan judges the position like here, plus half a piece, it means that probably it will be the advantage of 1 piece in the end game, something like that, but it's not enough to win the game. Sometimes Scan shows 2 pieces of advantage and still the end game is possible to save and to play a draw. So that would be really something astonishing if we would not see 2 draws in those 2 games, ladies and gentlemen. We can see on the camera both gentlemen thinking and Victoria. So Daria is taking a walk around the playing hall probably. It's a nice thing. I haven't watched entire match between Gukesh and Ding, but probably as during the previous matches they did have some room that they could visit during the game, just to chill a little outside the playing board. Maybe it would be interesting to have something like that in checkers competition. But of course it requires more safety things, not to be cheating. Of course, without judging anyone would be possible to judge. Always it could be something to check. For the next round, I will try to give you bigger cameras and bigger options of watching those two different games. So we will have the table of Yuri Anikeev and Jan Groenendijk on one scene, and on another will be the duel between Victoria Motrichko and Daria Tkachenko. With a camera and with a live board that you can see with a time to the right from my face. From tomorrow on, there will be guests during this transmission, just to remind you, and from tomorrow on, I think it is possible, and after the stream of the games, we will have the possibility of joining the interview with the players. So you can already think of questions you would like to ask to those players participating in the matches. Because we will have the winners, or in case of having on one stream one guest, then there will be another player another day. So also the viewers from the chat will have the opportunity. So you will have the opportunity to ask some questions to the players here on this stream as well. So you can already think of these questions. Victoria Motrichko down to 4 minutes. Probably she knows this is the position she can't lose, but yet this is the position that she might think can give her some chances of winning this game. This 1823 is absolutely logical, because otherwise, after something like that, Daria can take 28 under control and that way control more space. But finally, Victoria decides to play 1822. Okay, so here we have a possibility of forcing some variation. This is something to calculate. This piece to take this one. Yeah, and looks like this one is just going to make a breakthrough. After this one, we can force this move. And here, and after that, just here, threatening here, 1 for 2. But after this one, not even this 1 for 2, but this variation also should be a draw. Something like that will probably happen in this game. Something like that variation. Still waiting for the move from Jan Groenendijk, who maybe thinks that there are some chances to let his opponent, to make a mistake. Perhaps it is somewhere, somehow. Yeah, we have this move 20-18. It's still 0.7. It's the advantage that always is indicated by scan when you have the endgame with one piece advantage, but it's like I mentioned, not enough to win the game. After this first day, first round, we have knowledge about the openings chosen by the players. And it's really interesting what will happen during the next rounds. Tuo, thank you very much for following on Twitch. It's really interesting what will happen during the next rounds, ladies and gentlemen, because if players who played the black pieces and will be playing white pieces next round will choose the same openings, similar things happened many times. during the checkers matches, pardon. And if not, then what will be their preparation? And another question is, if the players will play some opening in the first rounds, will they continue to play the same next rounds? So the preparation will be limited to some shrunk spectre of openings, or the wider one? Those are the questions we must answer next rounds. "24 minutes on Daria's clock gives her time to calculate this position. So probably this move is a draw, this move is a draw, and probably this one is only losing one, because it's simple to calculate, because now there is a threat of capturing, attacking this piece, and if you go here, then there is a majority, a sticky move. Your opponent must take 2 pieces, you take 2, and you win the game. So despite the choice of Daria, this move or this move, both are just leading to a draw probably. We speed it up among men. There is an 18-13 move. Of course, Yuri can't go to the king to 47 because this king would be trapped immediately, taken one by one, and it's a winning position for white. That was the reason why Yuri goes to 46, attacks 2 pieces, and after this move, 28-22, there is a risk that two pieces will go to the king, so Yuri chooses to limit it, and in case of this move, 13-8, there is a simple plan of forcing his opponent to go to a king and then attack 2 pieces, and that's a draw. Even if you take under the control the main diagonal, you just cut the way of this piece, and there is probably no way to develop it and to exchange it to a king. And if Jan Groenendijk is not wanting to play forward and let Yuri to force this variation, there is this possibility. This is not working as well probably. Here just cut the way of all the pieces. In that case he can just go with this one. Everything would be a draw probably. But it required some calculations, of course, some precise calculations. Do you expect we're going to have some fireworks here, or nothing can happen on this level? How do you feel, dear audience? Daria decided to attack 34-29, so we have this first variation, and after this 22-27. Still both moves leading to a draw, no matter what Daria will choose. Daria has 24 minutes, but doesn't have any possibility of building any pressure on Victoria in this endgame. So I think after both players will get an open way for a breakthrough to a king, then they will agree for a draw. And we have 29-23 from Daria. It's not difficult to calculate all the variations when you have only few pieces on the board, and also you have few of them limited. So you have barely few options to calculate, and you can force the line, calculate the forced line, and just calculate and finish it. And yeah, forced. So this is exactly the variation that we were showing before, yeah? This move, this, and probably this will happen, this attack and this exchange. And I think that now players will agree for a draw. But there is also a mental side. Who will be the first one to ask for a draw? If is it working somehow? Okay, Anikeev still holding 12 minutes. Sitting calm next to a table. Jan Groenendijk, straight position, half position, and trying to find the best solution, because if it is possible, then he would try to go for the option that will give him at least slight chance of having some one piece more and maybe some opportunity to use some opponent's mistake to win the game, but it is absolutely difficult. Let me think what else can be chosen by players. I don't see any other options. This is like a first one. Line by Daria, and this is something I do expect here. But what about Jan? What else can he think about? Otherwise, of course, those attacks are here or here. And how to understand this game, because you know it sets the mental of the next games. If Yuri will think that Jan was a bit attacking side, so you know, because black pieces cannot win this endgame, of course, don't have enough material. If dark pieces would make a mistake, then it would be possible for white pieces. So it can be like a draw plus for white, yeah? So is it something that works mentally for the players or not? Just like one of you said on the chat in the beginning of this round, previous 15 games between those two players have ended in a draw. I will check the turbo dumb base, by the way. My great new turbo dumb base 12. 746,000 positions, yeah, and when we go to show list and look for the games between Anikeev and Groenendijk, then I will try to give you some statistics. Okay, so we have 15 games, like mentioned, in the turbo dumb base base, and the first one between two gentlemen was played during European Championship in 2014. So Jan was a really young guy at that time. They played a draw, then after that they played a draw, they played a draw, they played a draw. Despite the fact it was blitz, rapid or classic game, they have always played a draw. 15 games in the base and all the times draw. Most of the times Anikeev played white pieces, and Groenendijk, when played white pieces, started with 34-29, 34-29, 34-29, 32-28 like today, but then Anikeev played Amsterdam game, exchanging 1923. Rotterdam's Open 34-29 again. And 32-28 and Amsterdam game 1923. So today they played against each other this opening for the first time ever. This opening 32-28 and exchange 17-22 was played for the first time ever between those two players. Okay, we have had a decision from Jan Groenendijk, 20-18. Meanwhile, of course, Daria played 33-28, 16-21, 39-33 and 30-34. Yeah, exactly as we expected. I do expect now this move, 33-29. Even after this 13-18, it is possible to take that direction to go to the king. There is no chance of winning it. I got a funny video from one of the viewers about how the channel's name is translated to Polish as the check something, yeah? Checker is the guy who checks things. So this is how it was called, it was translated to Polish, the checkers. You're Anikeev, down to 10 minutes. Hard to imagine how to make a mistake here. What will you replay? The line that we can see, suggested by Scan to attack on 25? And if we will have the first results of those two world title matches in just few minutes. Will ladies share a point, or actually share 2 points, one for each? And will it be the same among men? tricky. To play as black 46-41 and 41-46 looks easier to me. Is this wrong? Okay, let me try to understand the moments and the game, because I don't know if you are mentioning the game of Yuri and Jan or the other one. Must be this one. When did we have the moves that you mentioned? To play as black 46-41. Oh, okay, so you meant after this move going and this, yeah, going to 36 and to attack to 36. Yeah, probably it looks easier. Yeah, probably it looks easier, because after this line, for example, was one piece must be given immediately. Then you play and you get the tempo to control the main diagonal, and this is the key thing here. Probably you're right. Probably this plan was easier for Yuri, yeah. I will agree, because after this move 41 and this locking, there is this simple plan. And again, if you sacrifice this piece, then black can take again the main diagonal. It's just easier plan to play, because always there is a threat that this piece will be going to for another king when you control the main diagonal. So yeah, I think you're tricky right. Yep. So yeah, I think only 55 hands thumbs up were left under the video. Who hasn't made that yet, please leave it. We have over 100 votes in our poll, so finally Groenendijk Motrichko leads with 47% of your votes, and Anikeev Motrichko 40%. Okay, so I think that we have some Ukrainian supporters on the chat, or even threaten 4-10 with little combination. Yeah, that's a nice idea as well. Absolutely, you are right. Not this variation where it was. Yeah, something like that can be also made like this, this. What do you mean? And after something like this, there is this combination with giving your opponent a king and capturing two pieces, and of course drawing a game. Yeah. And Yuri decides to attack on 25, finally. Of course, we must keep in mind that sometimes something that is absolutely clear for the computer cannot be clear for your opponent. And even though the position is a draw, there can be some mistake or blunder to make. I believe there is nothing to expect different from Jan than playing 30-24. And the question is on the next move of Yuri. Okay, we have some updates in the women's game. Oh, so we had 1-4-2. Not the variation I expected. Yeah, but well, what can happen here? After going there, even this thing and capturing the piece is a draw, because this is losing, of course, but this is drawing. And there is no way of capturing this one piece going to the king. And in international drafts, international checkers, you need at least 4 kings. If your opponent gets to a king, if there is not catching possibility immediately to win an endgame. But I don't know why this is the variation that was chosen by Daria. It looks like the one that requires more calculations. Or maybe she was afraid about this one, that finally it gives better position to black. I don't know. But yeah, difficult to do anything with it. So Daria stood up from the board, showing her opponent that she is having everything under control, that she calculated the endgame already, and Victoria has only 2 minutes 30 seconds to make final decisions in the game. And I think in a few minutes we should already have the draw between women, between ladies. And yes, ladies and gentlemen, so that's the moment when we see the first handshake after the game, not starting it. Victoria Motrichko agreed for a draw with Daria Tkachenko in this position. And we have the first result of the match. There were some emotions in it, there were some moments, crucial moments, some chances. Especially from this round, I will remember this move 12-17 possibility here in 31st move. This move is just great, it's just brilliant, and the variations that are created here after this move are awesome. And this is definitely something I will put in my analyze, because I think that after this video I will also record and analyze in Polish of those two games to have a mark after each round, because yeah, those rounds are going to give us some entertainment. And here we have the first split of the points, but if you haven't watched it before, just scroll the video to the moment where we analyzed this move 12-17. Great move, absolutely great move, 12-17, giving white so many occasions and possibilities to make a mistake, and for black, of course, to win the game. Amazing. Meanwhile, in the game between gentlemen, we have a move here, 25-34. At this moment, you can see that everything is judged like a draw. But of course, sometimes it might be not so easy. Like, for example, this capture could be losing, yeah? So yeah, you must capture forward to 7 to have a possibility of attacking here. Oh, sorry, I must excuse you for a second. And that kind of forces white to play here, and this is a draw, according to what computer says. But I think that Yuri could have chosen some more simple things. Interesting, what will be played? I must leave you for 2 or 3 minutes, and I will be back straight after it.
you need. Let's explore the world we see. All the dangers have been made up. You believe what they say. Through the heartache, our stargaze. No invasion today. We've come this far to win and ride alone. So take your chances to embrace the waterfall. Are you ready for the cold? Put my chain to a rise. Are you ready for waiting for time to defeat our demons? And there's a sparkle in your eye that believes in feelings. You can find a paradise within your heart. You can find what I despise within your mind. All the dangers have been made up. You believe what they say. Through the heartache, our stargaze. No invasion today. We've come this far to win and ride alone. So take your chances to embrace the waterfall.
Heaven just knows what it wants. Will I go back to the place where I belong? Everyone could break my heart, but I try my best to not fall apart. And I found it hard to let go. The memories keep me together. Gotta fight till the end, no pressure, no pressure. And I find it hard to say no to the ones who want something better, to the ones who never say never. You'll be my pleasure. I got nothing to be scared of, because where people live, there is always love. I know the answers in my heart, try my best to not fall apart. And I find it hard to let go. The memories keep me together. Gotta fight till the end, no pressure, no pressure. And I find it hard to say no to the ones who want something better, to the ones who
A bit longer pause break than I expected, but I'm finally back. I was afraid that the game will be finished already, but as we can see, it is not. So Yuri has taken it like he should, and Jan decided to play this variation. Okay, so he didn't want to have two pieces cut away on the main diagonal, and he goes for this option. So at this moment you have 4 against 4, but there is a possibility of going to 2 kings by white checkers. Okay, so immediately Yuri goes forward, because his way to save this game is to change another piece into the king. Otherwise, if he would just wait it, then it could be problematic. And in such endgames that go to this moment, I wonder if the players have the possibility and can to count it all, to calculate everything till the very end. Because, you know, this is the position in the move number 64. And it's like Yuri has chosen to play for this option somewhere here, like here. So it is about 20 moves that lead us to this position. And the question is if he has calculated this variant. Probably not. This is probably not possible. What can happen now? King to 4, then with this possibility of exchanging or capturing the opponent's queen, he can try to stop him by something like that, but that works, just going to the second king, and it should be a draw. It will be always exchanged like, okay, oh, that way not actually, because there is a double loop to catch 2 kings at once. Yeah, but without that, just going here, for example, and attack it on the next move, didn't work. So we have this move played by Yuri, 34-40. It's getting dark outside, so we are just playing and following it entire day. Quickly played this move by Jan. Jan has 1 minute 20 seconds left on the clock, and Yuri has 3 minutes 30 seconds. Sometimes, you know, you must also be careful because, okay, in this case, if this white checker would stand here, then this move would be possible. But now it doesn't work because of this sacrifice of a piece. Otherwise, it would be problematic. But now it is not, as this move is not possible. Where Jan will go with this king? Will this be like this move to the 6? And something like that. To finish this game with a draw. Jan down to 15 seconds at this moment. Yeah, for us it's obvious that it's a draw, but maybe you can just forget about the clock. No. He just chooses the simple variation, so yeah. And after 16, 21 players agreed for a draw. Ladies and gentlemen, here it is. Here we have 2 rounds of the 2 games of the first round of the world title matches decided. So as well among men as well among women we have 2 draws, so we are not closer to finding who will be the next world champion 2024. But after this first game we know a few more things, like the opening that players have chosen, and we know already that that next rounds will be extremely interesting, and the question will be if the players have chosen the same opening or are changing something, what is their preparation. I encourage you to visit the Dutch stream, because there probably tonight, I don't know if it will be, but I think it will, there will be an interview or interviews with the players, so I encourage you to go there. Of course, having the Ton Seibrandts there, such a legend, to analyze the games is a big value. So you can go there, visit the stream on the page kndb.nl. KNDB actually on YouTube, not on the website. You can find the link in the description. In the description you'll find the link to checkersTV shop if you are amateur, if you are trying to start to play drafts. You will find the courses there, you will find some ebooks, you will find some private lessons from me, from Victoria Motrichko, from Yuri Anikeev, the current world champion. So this is something to achieve if you want it. Meanwhile, thank you very much for the days of analyze, for the first day of watching, and we see each other tomorrow at 10 AM when the second round of the match starts. Thank you very much for watching, thank you very much for leaving all the thumbs up, thank you very much for sharing information about this stream, and I can't wait to see you again tomorrow at 10 AM. Keep health and see you tomorrow. Bye bye.